All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 107 of Duolingo Japanese. Once again, MAKU desu. Minasan, konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, we concluded section 3, unit 16 yesterday. That was around the topic of gift giving. Giving and receiving. So today, as we complete each unit, we're going to try to output in Japanese exclusively. And let's get to it, right? Let's start with the one that I forgot yesterday. Whoa. My pen didn't register there. A little weird. Nope. Nope. Maybe Yorokobu. Yorokobu. Morau. Yeah, morau. Ageru. I think those are the 3 predicates. Oh, wait. Yaku as well. Wait, hold up. Yeah. Yaku for bake. And I think we're good now. So let's take up the categories. We have Obu. Obo. May. Oi. Okay. Peruto. Ooh, that was a little limp. Oh, you know what? Did they use... I'm not sure if they did. So, we won't. Ehon? Oops. Yikes. Handkerchief. For this. Kawa. For leather. I have a bit something in the back of my throat that's making me cough a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Taburetto. Taburetto. Yeah. Taburetto. Oh my gosh. That latency. Oh, Ningyo? Ningyo? Are all those the new gifts? Let's see. Oh, I forgot another person up here. Atona, right? I think that that looks a little weird, but Patona. I'm not sure if the second half looks right. Anyways, another person, right? 5 things. Are those the 5 things? I feel like there might have been a 6th thing. Picture book, belt, handkerchief, doll, tablet. Oh, right. There's more than that, actually. Case? Casu? That's not the right one. Magukapu, right? Now I think we got everything. Okay. And then the other group was... Yeesh. Ugh. Okay, let's go a little bigger here. Oh my gosh. Let's do that again. Okay. Mai Toshi, right? Mai Toshi. And Kotoshi. So what is that? 3, 6, 7, 10, 10, 13, 13, 16, 19, 21. Yeah, we've already exceeded. That's pretty much almost all of them. There might be 1 or 2 things in there. Like, kind of... a little nod to Zenbude, right? In a different... Oh, wait, there's more, actually. Yatsu. Yatsu. For 8. 8 things. Now I think we've got everything. It didn't take too long, actually. I think these double days are very helpful. It slows down the thing, and we're getting all our recall in pretty decently. Yeah, that's everything. I would be pretty surprised if I find more than 1 thing that I've forgotten. Yeah. Alright. So, let's we're done with our total recall. Let's hop into share travel experiences. Ooh, I like being able to express experiences. Let's see. I think that's the bulk of most conversations I have. We stay at the traditional inn for 2 days. Traditional. It's your lucky day. And this is Duolingo, indeed. Hello. Hello, lucky day goer. Okay, so... Oh, okay. So we're getting our other kakans. So let's see. Let's try to guess. So we had ni kakan. So if we are as bold, we could say futsukakan. Let's see if it's futsukakan. And then let's see, traditional. What is traditional here? So ryoka. A ryokan. Okay. Ryokan. I see. Ni tomarimashita. Oh, interesting. Tomarimashita is new. Oh, a lot of things are new here. So let's see what it sounds like.
2日間旅館に泊まりました。
Yep, 2日間. Sure. Do I study Chinese? I do. But that's not for another 2.5 to 3 hours. They are in the same session. So let's see. 2日間, 2日間旅館旅館に泊まりました。Okay. Why? Why not? I'm Chinese. Or I have Chinese parents. If you're asking about the whole Chinese thing. Japanese, it's related. I spent most of my life around the Japanese language and the Chinese language. A very short answer to that. You're from Russia. Welcome. Welcome. Hello. I'm from the United States. Don't know if you're familiar with the American accent, perhaps, but I'm from the northeast region of the United States. And Jacob's here too. Are you interested in language learning, my Russian acquaintance? Stranger from Russia. Okay, so Maine, close enough. It's around there. The northeast region. So it goes from as low as Pennsylvania and Maryland up to Maine. I guess you include Virginia too. You like languages? Awesome, awesome. What are you doing with language learning right now? Lucky day. Okay, let's see. The surrounding area. So, do we still use Tokoro? No, we don't. Interesting. Okay, and then what's quiet is... So, Mawari. Oh, Mawari. Okay. Alright, Mawari. Makes sense. That's pretty neat way of going from Mawaru, which is to go around, and then looks like a kind of like a nominalizer noun version of Mawaru. Mawari. Interesting. Mawari wa shizuka deshita. You're really curious to see if bringing Chinese in this early affects your Chinese studies in perceivable ways? Yeah, me too. Here's the thing though. I don't think I'm bringing Japanese or Chinese any earlier into my life. So it's kind of a weird standard here, if you know what I mean. Like, it's always in my life, so it hasn't really actually left anywhere, if you know what I mean. Oh, you study English. New York State? I'm in Pennsylvania right now. I'm from New York though. The New York State. Specifically New York City. I spent some time in Maryland as well. A good chunk of my life in Maryland. Yeah, so we want to keep in mind... Oh, hello there, Wen. Hello, welcome. So I wanted to make mention that Jacob, just in case, because we have to remember that I want to make sure I contextualize it. Chinese don't ever leave me, so my first 2 days with Chinese has already reminded me of how much I intuit Chinese. So it is definitely somewhere that I need to engage myself even harder. Like, so the first 2 days I was like really enthusiastic because it's a far low effort right now, which is a bad or good thing for some people. For me, when things come very intuitively, then I try harder and harder to be disciplined about it, because the more intuition I rely on, the less I actually learn. So right now we're kind of like focusing a lot harder. So if you're saying how it would affect my Japanese studies, there is a chance that Japanese, my efforts might kind of like deviate a little bit away from Japanese over time. So far though, my recall today after the two Japanese sessions, we remember all the vocabulary. So far, nothing too distinctly different from the pace I'm going so far. This is the first completion of the 2-day cycle. So we'll continue to keep track of the 2-day cycle that we have planned out. You like Chinese music? Oh, that's interesting. I'm not entirely sure what constitutes as Chinese music nowadays, Lucky. Music, I know how this may sound, but since I'm outside of China, I'm a descendant of Chinese families. My parents give me the impression that music, while there is some traditionalism in music, in the modern era, Chinese music is largely still contextualizedly older than others, so it's not like a trendy thing to embroil some people into music. I'm kind of curious what people's perspective of Chinese music is. Do you know the song I Don't Understand in Chinese? I don't. Well, I don't understand. What bu I? What bu I? No. No. That's love. That's a different one. I'm thinking of a really old song right now. Oh, you watched on Billy? Yeah, I don't know of that song. I'll make a mental note about it. Actually, let me write a note to myself. I don't understand. I'm guessing this is a Mandarin song? I'm guessing it's like 我不知道 is probably I'm not sure if that's the name of the song, but Mandarin song. Don't understand. Wabu. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I will look that up and listen to it for tomorrow, this evening. Not right now, but I will listen to it. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, okay. Well, wait a minute. I don't even know. Billy, huh? Wait, are you talking about that viral video? That viral song? Actually, now I'm kind of curious if it's that viral song. I think I might know what song you're talking about, actually. All right, well, I'll leave a mental note and I'll go look around. Oh, it isn't? Oh, okay, then fair enough. I'll look around and see if I can find. There are a lot of songs with I don't understand. So, you really like it? Actually, if you have a link, you can link it to me. There's no moderation for it. So, I actually don't even know how New York YouTube moderation works. So if you have a link, I'll pick a like put it on the side, and this evening I'll look at it. Sounds like you have a reason to like Mandarin for sure. They're studying English. Yeah, no worries. All right, I'm gonna continue with this if you don't mind. So let's see. So we have Mawadi. Ooh, we have some kanji here. Entrance. Oh, deguchi. Oh, that makes sense. Gucci
口
and
入り
yeah, okay.
入り口に綺麗な
Oh no,
花があ
sorry,
りました。
iriguchi. Oh, how come I don't got deguchi for exit yet? I'm guessing kuchi.
口
Kuchi is in it as well. Okay, iriguchi, right? Entrance. I said exit. Dekuchi. Dekuchi was our first term before iriguchi. Iriguchi was introduced during the theme park unit. So, iriguchi ni kirei na hana ga arimashita. Yeah, fair enough. The room's traditional flooring was pretty. Oh wait, yeah, so ryokan. Is it still ryokan? No. Wait, I'm confused with how traditional works. Oh, it's implied. So ryokan is the inn, and it's implying a traditional inn. I see. And then flooring, it's yeah, tatami. Yeah, so it's implying traditional flooring. Fair enough. Japanese traditional flooring, right? Tatami. I'm familiar with tatami because of Japanese culture, right? Especially this reminds me of the one fighter. What's her name? Started with Bakuman. It's a Sam Show character, and she does a tatami attack. Actually, I'm kind of curious if it's tatami. Let me see.
部屋の畳は綺麗でした。
Tatami. Okay. Even though tatami is like the English, right? The English stressed out, voice acted line, but tatami. You found the link? All right, fair enough. So, 部屋の畳は綺麗でした。Fair enough. So we have lots of. So what do we have? Traditional inn, traditional flooring, surrounding area, expressing 2 days length, and Tomarimas is actually an old predicate, but it looks like it's an alternate meaning. Let's see. Pretty sure. No. Just kidding. It's hiragana wise. The reading is the same, but it's actually a different word. I see. Oh, I'm kind of curious. Does that mean we're gonna get Tomaru kanji? Because usually they give us one of the kanji, at least, to distinguish between the two as we're learning. But these are two different Tomarus. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, actually, oh no, I lied. I think we actually have both komarus. We just didn't distinguish between them because I remember. Oh no. Just kidding. The other one was a suru expression. Never mind. Too. And then the other stay is the in iru expression. Oh wait, I didn't get the link. Oh, maybe links don't work in YouTube. Sorry. You once wrote with my sister all the 50 states under 4 minutes. That's impressive. I don't know that at all anymore. There used to be a mnemonic. Song for all 50 states. What was it? It was like Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut. Clap, clap, clap. And then I don't remember the rest. Delaware, Florida, Ohio, something, Kentucky, Tennessee, something, Kentucky. Yeah, I don't remember the mnemonic anymore. And then it's called the 50 Nifty United States. So the mnemonic is called 50 Nifty United States. And that you could sing this 50 Nifty United States within like less than 4 minutes. I don't know it anymore. And it's in alphabetical order. So alphabeta for the United States. I don't remember the states in alphabetical order anymore. I can list them, but I don't remember this song anymore. That's a fun little thing that stuck with me for childhood. Maybe if I spend the next couple minutes going through it, I can probably get back to it. But yeah, if you're interested in that, this is a pretty cute mnemonic. Knowing all the, not that it's very useful sometimes. It's up to you though. It's a really fun little, like a early school mnemonic that some Americans might still remember. You know. Yeah. We ate a lot of fresh. Ooh, what's the word for fresh? There's yasai. Shinsen na. Ooh, and also a non-adjective. Okay, shinsen. Shinsen na yasai o takusan tabemashita. Okay, fair enough. And staff. Interesting. Staff. Oh, okay. Staff. Staffu. Okay. Kind, is kind still the same? Shinsetsu. Oh, here it is. I was just about to make a comment about this. When you see a word like this, right? Shinsen. My first immediate thought was, wait a minute. This looks and sounds very similar to shinsetsu, right? Sorry, shinsen and shinsetsu and shinsetsu, and I'm like, they gotta introduce this. My very first thought, and guess what? In my opinion, immediately I'm like, let's just read the second one. They introduce kind. This is a Duolingo thing. So while these two are not related by meaning, they're not related by meaning, which a lot of people focus on. These two are related by sound. So oftentimes I create mnemonics based on how they sound as well. And I think Duolingo plays on this quite often. So you don't necessarily need to link them by sound. You can also link them by meaning. You can link them by sound. So when I think of shinsen, right? Shinsen, I also think of shinsetsu. I immediately actually thought of shinsetsu. So it can get a little complicated, but generally speaking, if the meaning and the sound line up, it's stronger. The association becomes stronger. But in this case, I had a tenuous, immediate thought of kind, the word for kind. So pretty interesting. And Duolingo most definitely does this. It's so consistent. When there is a word that sounds like another word, or even exactly the same word, like the same reading, the same sound, but a different reading, they'll try to pigeonhole it in there. And I actually kind of appreciate it. It might not help a lot of people who focuses on differences as opposed to contextualizing the subtle differences within the similarities. Many people have trouble, in my opinion, when they often focus on differences, so they spend time focusing on distinguishing things as opposed to framing the similarities. Then things that are subtly different can be very difficult, right? And I don't think it was ever, I didn't think it was naturally easy for me. I practice this stuff so that it becomes a bit more intuitive to me. You found the song I Don't Understand on YouTube, and only after that watched it on Billy. But I can send you to this music. Oh yeah, sure. You're lucky. I think I might have seen it. So I'm curious if I have, right? And I'll tell you tomorrow, or I'll tell you the next time we speak. Lucky. If I've seen it, I probably like the song. I haven't heard Chinese music in a while, especially any trendy internet Chinese music in a while. Oftentimes, Chinese music is not necessarily like mainland Chinese. It's not coming out from mainland Chinese. It's, there's a lot of politics involved. So the Chinese music I hear, like if it was still from China, are like remixes of really old Chinese music that my parents like. I didn't get the link, unfortunately. Maybe YouTube does filter out the link. Can you write some keywords? Some keywords that you use for the search? Like what keywords you use for the search? It looks like whatever YouTube is doing, they filter out links. So I had this problem earlier with someone who was linking a Glaska PDF. So you can like tell me the search thing and I'll do the same thing here on YouTube. Maybe if I put in I don't understand. I'm kind of curious. I don't understand Chinese song. Oh, Albert. Okay, Albert. Oh, Albert and Ether. The end. Oh, okay, I got it. Oh, because they're the VAs. Okay. Nice. I'll give this a listen. Later this evening. Now I'll talk about it the next time we meet. Not right now, obviously, but I have it on the side. I'm guessing that lyric video is good enough, right? Yeah, that lyric video is probably good enough. That's the top search result. Alright, so let's hop into this lesson. Ether is from Genshin. Yeah, it looks like it. Genshin has a lot of Chinese characters in it. So I imagine they either got inspired or made a lot of things. Right. And Genshin, the Hoyoverse peeps, right? It's localized in China. MiHoYo. They do have an HQ outside of China, but their main HQ, I think, is still in China. All right. So let's hop in here. Share travel experience. Thank you for the share, by the way, Lucky.
2日間
2日間. Okay. I'm gonna learn like Chinese after. So gotta focus on Japanese at the moment. 2日間. Okay. 2日間.
車卵
卵. Oh, 2日.
2日
Fair enough.
駅
Eki. Yeah, Genshin does have a lot of Chinese songs. Yeah, I've been exposed to quite a bit of them. I myself personally do not play Genshin. However, I have heard from other people who play Genshin. Yeah, I watched this influencer who became very popular. I don't know if she continued to do the same thing, but she made this video that made her channel, as in like made her channel viral, and it was about accurately pronouncing the Chinese characters in Genshin, which are the vast majority of the characters, because Genshin Impact is Chinese. So it was very interesting to hear all the Chinese names and inspirations and characters in Genshin Impact. 2日間.
2日間
Okay.
大きい湖
Mizumi. Interesting. Mizumi. Is that a lake?
湖
Oh, it really does sound like a lake. It just feels like a lake. Mizumi. It's kind of like umi, but Mizumi. And I see the umi
湖
in it. So I'm guessing maybe when we see the kanji, probably gonna check out. But Mizumi, it just sounds like a lake because of umi. I heard that the Chinese that Genshin uses is very unusual and difficult. Probably. I think if I don't know enough about the Chinese language yet per se, but generally speaking, when it comes to comparing like something like Japanese versus Chinese, Japanese is more they tend to adopt a lot more than the Chinese culture. I still think it's very unusual and difficult. It's probably because of there's some adoptions here and there, and because the characters themselves are framed in a context and situation where it's actually Western fantasy and sci-fi inspired. So I can imagine that the context of Genshin Impact will introduce a lot of interesting ways to express things in Chinese. Okay, so big lake. Oki Mizumi. I like that. Mizumi. Okay.
湖
Mizumi.
素敵な村でした
Tekina Mora deshita. Village. Mora.
村
Mura. Sorry, I said Mora. Mura. Am I better in Japanese or Chinese? That's kind of hard to determine. There are things I can do in Chinese that I still can't do in Japanese, and then there are things I can do in Japanese that I can definitely not do in Chinese. So it would be very difficult. It would be comparing apples and oranges. I believe it's a no contest. I can read way more Japanese than I can read Chinese. However, even though I spent a lot of time pronouncing and outputting stuff in Japanese, I still don't think it compares to the intuition I have with Chinese. But they're different. so they don't overlap. It's very hard to compare the different aspects and the value system you place on it. Is intuition more valuable than grammatical reading and stuff? That's kind of a difficult question to answer. You know some Hindi? Oh, okay. Because you have a lot of friends from India? Well, that's lovely. Would you be interested in learning Hindi? I don't know how you go about learning Hindi. I heard a few people who really like Hindi. They've came and gone, obviously, since I focus on Japanese and Chinese. Chinese now as well. 素敵な村 Yeah, 村でした。
村。
村 Okay, 村でした。So it でした was a lovely village.
村。
Mura. And when I see Mura, I'm also referring, when I think of Mura, it's automatically attached to Toshi and Machi, right? Because those are expressions of flavorful associated variances of Mura. So Mura, Toshi, and Machi.
11月に行きました
Oh, hey, we finally got November. Yeah, we're still missing 2 months. November and June. So what did you say this was?
11月に行きました
Okay, it stays the same. 11.
11月
Yeah, gatsu. Yeah, 11 gatsu. We wouldn't be able to assume because of euphonic changes. So November was still missing. And we're still missing June. So they need something to contextualize June at the moment. 11月. Okay, 11月に行きました. Sure. We went in November. Sure.
11月。
Yeah, 11月.
京都の旅館でした。
旅館 Sure. 京都の旅館でした. Okay. It was a traditional inn in Tokyo. Sure. Oh, we're back to the countryside image. This image was used for the countryside initially. Now what do we have? Namano. Wait a minute. Interesting. So, Mura, okay, yeah. Instead of saying countryside, we can say Mura village, which gives you like the same essence of a countryside, right? 村に旅館がありました. So, 静かな works.
静かな
静かな村に旅館がありました.
旅館の隣に湖がありました。
Okay.
旅館
something.
旅館の隣に湖がありました。
Wait, I wasn't paying attention.
旅館の隣に湖がありました。の隣
Onari
に湖
Mizumi.
がありました。
What I heard? 旅館の隣に水 Oh no. Oh yeah, that's fine. に湖がありました. There is a lake. There's a lake in the near at the near there's a lake near the inn. Yeah, the traditional inn.
旅館の隣に湖がありました。
Yeah, there's a lake near the inn. There's a lake near the traditional inn, right? Your sister also studying Japanese. Well, that's cute. Why not join your sister in studying Japanese? What is my favorite anime? Yours is Pokemon? I like Pokemon. My favorite anime, it's usually the most recent thing I've watched that left an impression. So the most recent anime that I watched that left an impression is let me look on my journal here. It would be, wait for it. Oh, I kind of didn't. Okay, we'll skip one above. Solo leveling was pretty nice. Solo leveling. The Korean anime. You're watching Dungeon Meshi. I'm not familiar with that. Not familiar with that.
旅館の隣に湖がありました。
Okay. Yeah, there was a lake next to. There was a lake. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there was a lake next to the traditional inn.
何日間旅館に泊まりましたか？
You watched it yesterday? All right, cool. Yeah, that's the most recent one that left an impression. Technically, the most recent one I watched was the latest season of Demon Slayer. The Swordsmith arc. Nan日間旅館に読まれましたか？泊まりましたか？ 泊まりましたか？ I don't know why I say yo. 泊まりましたか？Oh, how many days are you staying at the inn? Okay. How many days are you staying at the inn? 3日間泊まりました。3 days. Okay.
2日間泊まりましたか？
Wait, what did you just do?
2日間泊まりましたか？
2日泊まりましたか? Are you staying for 2 days? Or did you? Yeah, that's fine. Did you stay for 2 days? Fair enough. Oh, and you can put it in total.
2日間
I can see them going for a Zenbu day at some point.
2日間旅行しました。
Okay. 2日間
2日間
旅行
旅行 ?2 日間旅行しました。
旅行しました。
しました
Oh, okay. Fair. I traveled for 2 days. Solid. 旅行する。旅行しました。2日間旅行しました。Your friends recommended? Do I know Black Clover? I do, but I do not. I know Black Clover. I did not watch Black Clover though. It's kind of one of those serialized things. I don't. It can be a little tough making time for heavily serialized shows. I think the largest serialized show that I have seen for a while, it goes way back, and it's where I got my Actually, there are a couple, but one of them is where I got my alias MAKU from. Hajime no Ippo was one of the longer serialized shows.
2日間旅行しました。
It's very long. So, since you've mentioned Black Clover, I'm going to probably presume something here. Presume something. That's a no to One Piece as well. A no to One Piece. The later stuff of Naruto. Is there anything that's still serialized continuously? Maybe things like Fairy Tail, which kind of can heavy serialized shows. It's very difficult to squeeze time into those. So I tend to watch I tend to watch one or two season type of shows. You already watched 22 episodes? Do you like it? Lucky? How do you like Black Clover at the moment?
2日間旅行しました。
花さん、何日間旅館に泊まりましたか？
花さん、何日間旅館に取りましたか？ How many, okay. Okay. 2日間泊まりました。Okay. Right. 8.5 out of 10 so far for 22 episodes. That sounds very solid. The average anime show that I watch is around that many episodes. Anywhere from 22 to 24. So that sounds like a solid win for that show. 8.5. We travel in November. 11月。11月. Oh, for duration amount of time. So you would...
2
That's fair. So 11月に旅行しました。
旅行しました。
Okay. There was a traditional inn in the village. Way to combine it. So, 村に旅館 right? 旅館。村に旅館があります。or ありました。past tense.
村
村
に
旅館がありました。
ありました。
Okay. All right. There's our 107. Today's a bit of a longer day, so we're gonna try to get our lessons. Actually, I need a quick bathroom break, so I'll be right back. Oh boy. All right. Now that I'm 100 milliliters lighter. All right, let's get back. Hello there, Fanny. How are you? How are you? Ooh. Wait. Why is Patemono being a forest? Okay. Mori.
森
Mori. Now of all the times to go to Nakadaka, of course Mori.
森
Oh, actually no, it does go up actually. Mori.
森
And I did Atamadaka again and said Mori. Mori. I swear, I do it all the time. Ugh. Okay. It's Mori as opposed to Mori. Mori. I started learning Duolingo Hebrew and it's horrible the way they are teaching. Do you know Hebrew, Fanny? That's interesting.
森
Mori?
森で歩きました。
森で歩きました。Wait, 歩きました? Oh, walking. Yeah. Right. You're just started, but they actually are bad at teaching. Do you have any like standardization for Hebrew in order to be able to say that? Or are you saying it's bad because it's different from what you expect? I'm trying to interpret what you mean by quote unquote actually bad at teaching. So no in the sense of what? Because there are many ways things can be bad for a person. Right? It doesn't meet your expectations, or you have no basis for understanding how Hebrew is taught. Those are two different things, right? It can be bad in the sense that your ideal expectations aren't met, but because you know how Hebrew is, or you don't know Hebrew and it's bad at teaching you Hebrew because it's not helping you remember Hebrew. Those are the two likely cases. Hebrew is a language with the lowest amount of letters. Oh, that's interesting. That would be something to keep in mind when learning Hebrew. Okay, so we walked. Yeah, this is Aruku, right? Wait, look. Aruku. Yes, Aruku. 22. Wow, that's interesting. Lowest number of letters. That's an interesting way to look at things. I can't explain, but if you do the first unit, you will totally see you need to guess words, sometimes without sound. That doesn't sound like a bad way of learning things. That sounds like a different way of learning things. I've learned a few things like that before, especially in video games, where you have to learn by guessing, trial by fire. Interesting. I wonder why they chose to use that approach. Maybe they don't have enough resources to produce the sounds yet, so they haven't trained the sounds yet. Yeah, it could be a beta course. Yeah, what Jacob is saying. There is a chance that they might be approaching it differently, but there is also a chance that it's a beta course, so they don't have enough resources and training. And they'll add it to it when they can. It was added in 2018. Lucky said I was once in Israel in 2018. I see. How was your trip to Israel? If the sentences have an underline, then you can click on the word to see what it means, right? Well, I can't explain the method, but it's different. That's understandable. Like, they give hard sentences without explanation of why some words have extra letters. Hebrew is complex. That sounds like a different language, a different context, and lots of other moving parts. So it sounds like being different and being hard is why it's terrible, and not how and what they're doing that is terrible. At least that's how I'm deconstructing it, right? It's kind of like hopping into a Souls game versus hopping into a CDPR game. That's exactly what I just said. It's not about the language, but the approach for you. That's exactly what I just said, in a different manner. Or I was trying to express it in a different manner. Duolingo's approach there is to expose you to patterns that are happening without explaining them, yeah, and allowing you to naturally grasp the pattern and see what is happening, yeah. It doesn't make it bad, but it is definitely different. Yeah, you're supposed to guess the word. Yep. That sounds like it. Yeah. Unless this is assuming, right? Jacob and I are presuming that since if it's not a resource thing, as in they haven't been able to create the resources yet, assuming that's not the case, like it's a beta course, it still needs a lot of resources to work and whatnot. Assuming that's not the case, they might be taking a different approach to Hebrew. And you might not know if that's how Hebrew is taught. As in, what I mean is, the way I'm saying is, when I learn Fujianese, that's how I learn. That's how I learn Fujianese. You guess. Because of the way the language is. And Hebrew is a rare language as well. Like, it's rare. So I would actually think that if I had a Fujianese course, it's probably mostly guessing. That's generally how I learned Fujianese. I because there's no like, I don't know anything about Hebrew, so I can't really say. Maybe there isn't structure, if you know what I mean. Like, what I mean is, for learning, there might not actually be structure. You might have to guess until you get used to it, and it can be really off-putting. What's a great way to kind of emphasize? What else do we learn that isn't language that kind of does this way? Oh yeah, like walking. Like walking, or walking is a good one. Like, you walk, you fall, so you continue to guess until you get walking down. Or my favorite one is probably riding a bicycle. Like, you have to guess on balancing until you land it. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about. It might not be for everyone though. Hopefully your Hebrew experience maybe reveals something to how you don't like things that you like and don't like about the approach. I agree that it's bad for you though. Like, I'm not trying to gaslight you to thinking it's terrible. Like, not terrible. I'm trying to understand what you mean by it's bad. So, isn't shalom peace? That to me sounds right. So yes, that's all I got. Yeah, as well. Your name is Lucky. Oh, shalom shmi. Shalom shmi Lucky means my name is Lucky. Oh, interesting. Yeah, shalom is hi. Yeah, hello and peace. Yeah, kind of like a nice greeting. It's a nice greeting. right? It means a lot of things. It's kind of like what you call it, many other greetings like Niho, right? And Yoroshiku, things like that, where it has a very flexible meaning. Yeah, yeah. Most greetings have incredibly multi-use, right? You know some Hebrew, right? There it is. Okay. Yeah, Yoroshiku basically means anything you want it to mean, with good intent, is what I mean. Like shalom, shalom strikes me as whatever you say in the context, it means it implies a compassionate intent, just like yoroshiku. And niho, ni siromoi, ching, right? Ching. It becomes very like flexible, so it's kind of like bruh a lot of times. You might as well just throw in bruh. Like bruh. What do you mean by bruh? That that kind of thing. Anyways. Oh, what is it that suddenly make you fascinated about Hebrew, Fanny? Oh, which by the way, Jacob, listen here. I don't know if you're aware, Jacob, but Gabriel, who's like super interested in like dialects and rare languages, especially Chinese related languages, informed me, and I can confirm, if you switch your Duolingo to Chinese, as in you speak Chinese, and then you go to the courses, it has a course on Cantonese. I can confirm that. Someone like Gabriel told me that like 2 days ago, and I can confirm that is a thing. So if you switch and say you speak Chinese on Duolingo, there is a course, at least being developed maybe, for Cantonese. So while on the English side, there's no course for Cantonese, you can actually switch to Chinese and then learn Cantonese with Chinese, which is pretty sweet. I was doing Japanese to English. I'm going to do that in the future too. I would love to do, at some point, I'm gonna use Japanese, the reverse, because the reverse is very important to me. So I can't wait, but that's gonna be so long down the road. Like maybe in a year or two, I'll probably learn English with all the languages, which is probably going to be Japanese, Mandarin, and Spanish. It'll be a lot of fun, you know? Ahi means bro in Hebrew. All right. You're Christian and you love the Bible. So that's where the Hebrew. Oh, I see. So you love the language in Israel. I see. What an interest. What a way to connect with it, Fanny. Lucky is in the Bible club. And I would like they put something like furigana, or the romanization of the Hebrew letters. Is there a system for that? I don't even know if there's a system in place for Hebrew in that way, because Hebrew doesn't have vowels as letters, but as little dots you put on the letters, and usually they don't use it because they are already used to the letters without the dots. Well, that's interesting. I see. You're not Christian? That's fair enough. Lucky. You're actually from Israel. Oh, interesting. But you know Russian? That's fair enough. So you're are you multilingual? I mean, I can see why you're fascinated with different languages. You're in that area where there are a lot of languages. You guys go. I'm gonna continue my lesson here. I can't really digress a little too much today, so thanks for all the shares. I walked in the forest. Yeah. Mori. Yeah, mori de arukimashita.
森で歩きました。
Mori de arukimashita.
村は静かでした。
Mura wa shizuka deshita. Wait, why is shizuka highlighted here?
静か、
Uh,
静か。
I guess it's related in the past tense, but I don't see anything novel about this. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's a little weird. Mura wa shizuka deshita. Interesting. I think it's because of the different meaning of quiet. Oh, that could be, yeah. Interesting.
静か、
Oh, like, yeah, being quiet versus the quiet of the forest or the quiet of the town. Yeah, calm quiet. That's true.
静か。
That's a good point, Shady. That is a very good point. Yeah, it's talking about more like the peacefulness of it. So like the village is peaceful. That's I feel that. I definitely feel that. Interesting. I definitely feel that. Good point. Excellent point. I like it. The village was quiet. Oh yeah, that makes, you know what? That actually works out.
村、
Yeah, mura wa, I like it. Nice. I just thought that Americans don't know what Israel is. That would be very shocking. And Fanny is from Brazil. Americans are very, yeah, or at least many people from the United States are spiritually connected. It's actually orthodox. It's quite orthodox to be connected spiritually with Israel. So it's actually one of the dominant ones in the United States. I am not one of them, but substantial, a decent portion, if not a rival for like top three, at least in the terms of spiritualism as well.
どんな村でしたか？
Dona mura deshita. Dona mura deshita ka? Okay. Interesting. All right. What are our responses? Shizuka na mura deshita. Chikaku ni. Oh, nice. Chikaku ni mizumi ga arimashita. That's kind of nice. I like that image, the imagery I'm getting from this. It was a quiet village and there was a lake nearby. Your English skills are lower than Hebrew? Oh, that's interesting. So you know more Hebrew. Your English is fantastic, so you must know quite a bit of Hebrew. Bible Hebrew is much harder than normal Hebrew, by the way. That's understandable. Written English is harder than regular English. I'm just saying. Like, what I mean is the competency level for written English is much lower than spoken English, which is relatively true for most common colloquialisms. So when you're using the word normal, colloquialisms are definitely often lower in competence than written forms of most languages. Written Japanese have a lot of additional formalities and punctualities versus colloquialism when it comes to normal stuff. Yeah, so it's a universal rule. Most of the time, it's more the rule than the exception that the written forms of most languages, when it comes to formal writing, is more difficult than the colloquialism, the normalized written and spoken language. That's what makes it normal as opposed to formal. That makes sense. I've heard similar things with Arabic and the original. It's pretty much all of it. If you guys were to write an essay in English for me, it would be far below the formal writing. So, like for example, the skills necessary to write a journal, a scientific journal, it would be far more complicated than normalized conversations. So I honestly think I treat the Bible, right, the Quran and stuff and whatnot, as formal pieces of writing. So if you take pretty much any language, it would be the case. I can't even imagine how hard written Japanese is. At like the level of spiritualism, like Shintoism and whatnot, or even like the vertical traditional like prose writing, maybe poetry and whatnot. I can't even imagine reading that or even trying to write it in the first place. In English, right? Write a Shakespearean sonnet. Try it. You know, attempt to write a Shakespearean sonnet, or like a epic poem like Beowulf. I mean, I can't. Or write a book. You know, write a book. It's not in my wheelhouse. So I don't have skills for that. I'm a dabbler. King James version is hard to read as a foreigner. King James, yeah. Written Japanese is quite different than spoken Japanese. I agree. So is English. People the competency of thinking that written English is not different from spoken English is often due to the fact that the person we're talking to doesn't write English very often. And then old Japanese sounds really hard too. So is old English, right? You can read manga, watch anime, and live life in Japan without any issues, but if you put a book, light novel in front of you, you struggle entirely. Yeah, me too. When I pull up, I don't know. What's a great... Have anyone ever read Heart of Darkness? I mean the English version of Heart of Darkness. I can't read. To this day, you know, back in high school, you might be thinking, yeah, in high school, I don't read English. It's like back in high school, I'm like, oh yeah, Heart of Darkness is really, really hard because I haven't learned English enough. I recently went back and read a couple of pages from Heart of Darkness, and I still don't get it. I still don't understand a lot of that stuff. It baffles me. Oh, which by the way, Jacob knows a lot of about Japanese, and Jacob is also learning Chinese. So Fanny, welcome. Fanny, Jacob, Fanny. There you go. If you ever have any questions, Jacob can probably answer it.
旅館はとても静かでした。
Ryokan wa... Thank you, by the way, Jacob. Sorry. Thank you for handling this. Thank you. Your yeah, yeah, it's like thank you, by the way. Thank you. I'm paying you with sentimentalism. That's all I got. You know, I'm thanking you with gratitude currency. Ryokan wa とても静かでした。 the the traditional inn was very quiet, very calm. Oh, I love that, actually. Very peaceful or relaxing. Huh.
立派な旅館でした。
You actually don't know what your hourly rate would be? Stop thinking in that way when I became salaried? Yeah, true. Yep. Being salaried does change that, doesn't it? Jacob. I stopped thinking about that the moment I entered, the moment I graduated from... Oh, actually, I lied. The moment I stepped into college, when my advisor and like one of my most important academic persons in my life offered me to work help in the lab in the summer. That's the first time I stopped thinking about hourly wages, because I became more of a salary person then. We stopped clocking in, stopped thinking about hours. It's largely about doing your best. What's my major? My major used to be... Oh, actually, which major are you talking about? I don't know how to talk about college stuff. Yeah. So, my major in college was molecular biology and chemistry. So chemistry and molecular biology. My degree, my college degree, my bachelor's degree was in biology. Yeah. In graduate school, my doctorate was in biology. And the major per se, like the major focus, was virology and molecular biology. You thought it was linguistics? Oh, that's a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment. I don't want to tell anyone that. I hope I'm not giving people the impression that I'm a linguistics person. I know nothing about linguistics. Or, okay, I know some things now. Now that I've started learning language, I know a little bit. I know a little bit about linguistics now. Like, equivalent to an internet, equivalent to how much you know Hebrew at this point. I've talked about transitive verbs and predicates. I was like, oh, it's because I like grammar. Yeah, I like grammar. And you need to know how to write when you go into science. So writing skills are very important to any form of higher education. So since I wrote a thesis on a complicated scientific topic, you have to understand how grammar works, whatnot. It's a big separation from people who can't write, who are there. You can still like get through science without understanding how to write properly to some extent. But like what I was mentioning about the Bible or the Quran, the higher educated you become, the more likely that you'll understand that the language you're speaking and using normally is not the language that you speak and write in a higher educated setting. So generally speaking, the way I look at things comes from my educational background and not necessarily from a background of being normal. I'm a very old person, like mentally. I try to be young though. It's weird. It sometimes can be a little misleading. I definitely do not know a lot about linguistics. It's really... there's a chance it might overlap. So if you spend most of your life learning things, there is a chance that some of the stuff overlaps with other things. So linguistics is important to understand if you're involved in language learning. However, understanding linguistics is also important to writing and communication. And communication and writing skills are important for almost every aspect of professional jobs that involves human interactions. So there could be a coincidence, a very pure coincidence, that the way I'm approaching language learning just happens to sound like a linguistic person, but I have no training in linguistics. I try to say that. I try to make sure I tell people that go seek a linguistics expert if you want linguistic things. I actually use terms incorrectly. There's a chance that someone's gonna come by and say, yo, dude, that term you're using, that's not how linguists use that term. And I'm like, I understand. I know nothing about linguistics. These are the words I decided to choose to use when I'm learning language. So all the meanings of like comprehensible input, I'm trying to learn them. And then, so I know a little bit about secondary language acquisition now, or at least the jargon that they use. I can tell you now though, I've already shot myself in the foot a couple times. All the terms I use, some of them are way different, and any linguistic person, right, a linguist would come in and say like, well, dude, you know, you're like way off the mark. It's like, yeah, it's because I'm not a linguist. Like, I don't learn linguistics. I don't at least try to learn linguistics to learn another language. It's interesting though. Predicates, yep. I'm learning Portuguese grammar too because it helps you understand other languages. Oh, that's interesting. Like related languages? Grammar is fascinating and confusing. Indeed, it is certainly fascinating and very, very fascinating and confusing. Yeah, and it helps to learn languages. I see. I learn languages only because it's fun. That sounds fantastic. Lucky. Sounds fantastic. I learn languages because it's fascinating. And what is fascinating to me often ends up being incredibly fun. I like fascinating things. Like how people argue about the same thing largely because they want a word or a combination of sounds to sound the same. And that's kind of interesting. I think language highlights that. Like, wait a minute. Oh, you mean that quiet? No, I mean quiet. No, not quiet. Quiet. I'm like, okay, all right. So are you guys like trying to say the same thing or a different thing? Like, where are you going with this? It sounds like both of you understand the same stuff, but you want it to be quiet, not quiet. And I'm like, okay, all right, fair enough. That kind of thing. His video on French and English was fun. Rob's Word, is that the guy with like constantly the denim jacket? And he does those like side impersonation skits as well. And occasionally he wears a beret for the French. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's one person that comes up on my algorithm a lot and they do skits. And it's kind of centered around French and English, and he's often wearing like a denim jacket and like a more square fella, very white in the complexion, but they have quite a command of the Romance languages and English, not English being the only Germanic one. And then he like talks French and Spanish, make like kind of like really fun observations. It's like like unifying or relating the two. I don't know. He looks like a Rob to me. That's why I'm saying like it could be that same person. Oh, no beret. Okay, different. He does wear a denim jacket often. Okay. It might be a different person because the beret really gives it away. He does wear a beret every once in a while for a skit. But yeah, French and English. Yeah, very, very fun interaction. I'm still a little bit impartial right now to Lawrence from Lost in the Pond when it comes to the incredibly dry dry observations about American culture and British culture. Talks about the etymology, how languages have evolved, like where do the names of colors come from? Oh, yeah. There's another guy that is like I'm picturing Rob's word being more of a calm person. There's another guy who's really hyperactive, and he wears like it's hard to describe him, but his energy is so insane, and he spends like he's truly a linguist, and the like a expert linguist in the making. Like he made his own language, so he started doing conlang, right, constructing his own language, and one was just because he wanted to, he made like a bird language where he did cawing all the time. There are so many crazy people, like I mean crazy people in the most endearing possible way. There are so many passionate people out there. Yeah, Konglangs are so wild. I don't even know where you start, and they would do it in the clips like naturally. I'm like, I hear the difference, but how do you even sort out like ka, like there's like, oh, I made this language. It only has one phonetical sound, but it has 36 tones, and here it is, and here's the written version of it. It's like, oh, okay, all right. I'm just there for the ride, where like I'm not there to comprehend it. I'm more there for like the amusement, the entertainment, the bewilderment of constructed languages. Anyways, that's kind of how I feel about the upper echelon of linguistic experts, or like linguistic passion. When people are linguists, they tend to like dabble in the whole idea of creating constructed languages, as opposed to the historian-like linguists who are capturing and trying to preserve and look at natural languages, you know, as they evolve and whatnot. Which sounds like that Rob's Words guy, who is they're more like the study of natural languages. Anyways, let's keep going.
立派な旅館でした。
立派な旅館でした。立派。Splendid. That's wonderful. When do I get to say wonderful as well? Splendid. 立派な旅館でした。I love the word splendid. I'm gonna use this word more often. Not both the Japanese and the English. Splendid. That's a word I haven't used in a while. I use wonderful. Wonderful is the word I typically use. However, and brilliant and wonderful. But splendid is fantastic. Was splendiferous a made-up word? I remember doing that before. Splendiferous. I'm pretty sure that's they didn't like make that a formal word. It's like one of those made-up words, right? Hang on. Splendiferous. I'm just kidding. It's an actual word. Oh no, it's informal. It's informal. Yeah. But it's fine. It is a word. Wow, splendiferous is a word. It almost sounds made up. It gave me the impression that the word is made up. But okay, splendiferous, man, Okay. All right. Sorry. Oh, English. Oh, English. It was a splendid traditional inn. Very nice. Very nice. Riba. Ribana. Ribana. Ryokan deshita.
近くに立派なお寺がありました。
Okay.
近く
Chigaku. Wait. Chigaku ni
Ribana.
Ribana.
が
Wait.
が
Ribana what? What are we looking at? I need an object.
近くに立派なお寺がありました。
Ote. Wait. Oh,
お
otera.
寺
Otera
が
ga arimashita.
ありました。
As a programmer, I think multiple English words are fake every day. You write the same word over and over again and loses all meaning. Yeah, that's a very understandable. That's very understandable. Slightly a low key. Not sure if you are saying bana or pana, but want to call out that it's a pa and not a ba. Oh yeah. Ripa. Yeah. It's kind of hard too. I hear myself trying to, should I exaggerate it or not? Yeah. Ripa. Yeah. I agree. I agree. I'm pretty loose with these two, as well as these two. Right. And it's not intentional. It's usually not intentional. So pa and ba and pa and da, right? If I'm using a, some of the vowels, when you put some of the vowels like next to them, they might be a little bit more distinct. But yeah, I'm not very great at articulating them at the moment. So that's understandable. Just in case. It's a great call, because these like heckin' tentens, right? These heckin' tentens are very small. It's actually on the Chinese side of things. Sometimes I have to squint. I'm basically going to get new prescriptions soon. I know I can zoom in, but it kind of messes up some other different things. So right now I zoomed in like 25%. So yeah, good call. It's always worth making sure, like, hey, that 1010 is a circle, because sometimes I can't even tell, because my vision is pretty messed up at the moment. It's pretty out of date.
近くに立派なお寺がありました。
I have age myopia. Age myopia. I don't think I have a really extreme case of myopia. However, unlike my parents, like I feel like because I have allergies, I also have myopia. My parents don't have myopia. They just have aging issues with vision. But I think I have some extent of myopia very early, since I was 13. Like, started very noticeably when I'm 13. You don't really like grammar? Oh, no, you don't really... Okay. You're not very good at grammar? Is grammar important? Yeah, it really does depend, right? If you want a career that deals with needing grammar, so you have to ask yourself in the future what you want to do, right? What do you want to do for fun, and what do you want to do for a living? And if you don't like grammar that much, right, you can understand enough of whatever to be understood and choose like a career that doesn't emphasize it, right? It was kind of like the Fanny thing about being a linguist. The stuff that I chose to do in my life required that I needed to know grammar. Yeah. I needed to know a lot of excellent grammar. People usage of grammar is also attributed, for better or worse, towards how intelligent someone appears to be. Yeah, that's kind of overrated. One doesn't necessarily require the command of excellent grammar to be well spoken and articulate. And critical thinking is not bound by an understanding of grammar, right? Intelligent and enlightened people are individuals who excel at skills that aren't solely dependent on grammar. Although, coincidentally, those who are enlightened and maybe high functioning enjoys the context of grammar or the academic intricacies of grammar. So it may be a coincidence that it's one in the same, for better or for worse, oftentimes. And that's where that, in my opinion, that stereotype comes from, right? Associations may be coincidental, not necessarily causal, right? However, you could say it might occur frequently enough. I'm basically just describing how association and converging evidence works to promote specific causal links. But besides the point, I think oftentimes it's probably coincidental that enlightened, high-functioning people tend to enjoy the proper use of grammar, or at least investigate and understand it. However, enlightened folks would understand that over concerned of the formalities of grammar doesn't predicate and project one's intelligence. Critical thinking, in my opinion, does, though. Critical thinking and problem solving may be a little bit more apt to describing someone who's intelligent. It gets challenging when it comes to any language beyond your native tongue. Yeah, since you sound like a genius in your native tongue, but come across as a child in a different language. Yep, perception. Yep. Both in the reverse order, in the reverse direction too. Let's not discredit competency issues on the other side. You could sound like a genius to someone who has less comprehension as well, even though you may be operating on a lower baseline. So flip the other perspective as well, which is very common, by the way, where someone is perceived to have incredible aptitude and intelligence and enlightened largely due to the idea that they're targeting people who are of lower competence in that selected topic, right? So the other way around as well. I believe articulate and intelligent individuals can be incompetent but still present themselves as articulate and intelligent people. So you can be articulately, intelligently incompetent. As in, what I mean by that is you are able to understand and how to express what you don't know on top of what you do know. So when someone asks you, hey, do you know anything about Chinese? You can sound like a bumbling idiot who hasn't thought about how much you don't know, or you can express it articulately and intelligently of how much you don't know. That is a great way to distinguish between someone who is ignoring their incompetence and not being intelligent about it versus someone who's able to understand, yeah, I just started, it's only been 2 days, it's inconceivable that I can provide any form of advice after 2 days of Chinese Duolingo. Regardless of my background and life with the Chinese language, 2 days of formal studying is almost comically inadequate to provide advice. So what did I try to do here? Well, I was trying to sound very reasonable while telling you that I'm basically a child level comprehension of Mandarin. Right? So one can be intelligent about it or intelligent sounding about being completely incompetent. And welcome to the club. Whenever I'm streaming, I'm usually streaming about things I'm incompetent in. The thing that makes me, I personally, humble flex, I know, this is going to be a humble flex. The thing that makes me appear intelligent is often talking about how much I don't know and exercising the skill that I do practice, which is to remain enlightened, as in being willing to learn and not willing to learn. Oh, thanks, Lotus.
Smile.
今日は僕いと今日はすごく四国いそう。足 Who know, man? Maybe it's kunarimashita. No? Hashi. Wait, stop moving the chat box. Hold up. Maku-san wa. Okay. So today was I don't Kunarimash. Alright, I don't know. I don't know. It's wrong, there's a typo. Oh, but let me see if the typo works. Boku isogashiku. Oh, so it's like slightly busy. So like today was a bit busy. Yeah, maybe. And you're asking me, wait, wa ga hunting people even when they are just part of the word and not particles? Yeah. Well, I can't make out the tenses, or like I can't make out where the endings. It's not wa or ga, it's the endings of the word. So like, is it like shikoku and then isogashiku? So you're using shikoku and isogashiku. So one is busy and one is slightly. It's the fact that you don't know. Yeah, it's basically I don't know the ku's of the adjective, the nouns and the adjectives that you're using. So you're basically saying a bit busy in some form. I don't know what the ku means. So I couldn't end the ku's. It wasn't wa or ga, really. Yeah. But what are you expressing there? You're not very busy today? You weren't very busy today? Actually, what was the predicate? Narimashita. So yeah, you become less busy, maybe? Or is that more busy? Because kunai is the only one that I have. Oh, you have to go, Lucky? 3 days is too much? Ah, no, you'll be fine. Your friend is really good at English? That's nice. Don't forget to listen to a song. Yeah, I will. I'll tell you about it. Take care, Lucky. Take care. Thanks for sharing. Keep on working and doing things for fun. Right? You mean you aren't going to clickbait YouTube? I learned Chinese and Japanese in 3 days, dude. Jacob. I know where you're getting at. I can't tell you. When I started Japanese, I can't tell you how many videos I got blasted by that type of format. Like I learned Japanese without like ever talking to someone. I learned this and become fluent in 2 weeks. Like, dude. Holy moly. It gets challenging when it writes, and then so for me and Japanese, for example, I want to know enough grammar to properly express the complexities, nuances of emotions and ideas that I like to express in English. That's a wonderful statement. That's a really beautiful statement. Me too. So wait. Okay. You guys are explaining this. Okay. So, what about like? Oh, okay. I've become super busy today. How about you? Yep. Okay. So ku is the opposite of kunai. So I can't wait to get that more useful. So the only way I came to conclusion that you were saying more of something is because I took kunai and I'm like, so if you're not a bit busy, then you must be really busy. So you ended up, so ku is the positive form of kunai, and that's the only way I could have came to the same conclusion. I know that one. Okay. All right. You guys are just flexing on each other. That's fine.
近くに立派なお寺がありました。
Thank you for exposing me to the ku, Lotus. So I have something else to look forward to. Oh wait, but yeah. Thank you for exposing me to how to modify adjectives, specific adjectives. Alright. Thanks for spoiling a 1,000-year-old language. Now you can get back into this closet where you belong. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, alright. Let's get back to this.
立派な建物でした。
立派な建物でした。立派なとても建物。Heckin' 建物. They did that on purpose. 立派な建物でした。It was a splendid building. Sorry, I had a different thought when I think of Ripa. I can't wait to get these words are reminding me of other English words, so that's why it's kind of funny. Like, I wonder what repole means. Someone tell me. What does repole mean in Japanese? You can spoil it, it's fine. Is there a repole? Because I'm thinking of repo. Right now. Sorry.
毎朝散歩しました。
毎朝 what the heck? 散歩しました。散歩しました。Oh, it isn't a word? Aww. There's a repole. Oh, it's legislation. Probably. Okay. All right. Okay. So repole itself isn't a. Okay. That's a little interesting. I should assign a meaning to it. Heck. Okay, you know what this reminds me of though? Sampo shimashita. Dude, do you know what I'm thinking of? Sampo shimashita. What does it even mean first? Is it take? Wait,
散歩しました。
took a walk. Okay, sampo shimashita. Oh, is it very? Oh, sampo, and then shimashita. Okay. Hear me out here. Hear me out. I know sampo, right? Sampo. I get it. Sampo. But you know what this reminds me of? I thought of sampling. And for you programmers out there, sampling. To do sample. So sample suru. Oh, three pose. Oh yeah, call back to Zelda. Good call. 3 pose. That's a good one too. I thought of sample. So like what I mean is when my parents try to pronounce sample, right? Sample. It often comes out like sample. or when I hear other like Japanese accents when they're trying to say sample, it comes off like sample. Right? Sample. So the first thing I thought about was like, oh, it's got to be sample. But it's not in katakana, so it's fine. Sample, okay, to walk. But sorry. Like I just thought it was funny. Yeah, sample. Do you want to sample? Want to try to sample? Try unhearing that when you're listening to other Asian peeps in ESL. A sample. Do you want a sample? $5 sample. My parents do say this a lot. Like insert money, and then say dollar sample. Sorry if none of you like I'm not trying to be like I think this is like endearing. I enjoy that there are these things in the world. Not that there isn't. I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. So hopefully I didn't step on anyone's toes about being embarrassed. I think it's funny in the sense of it's endearing. It's how I remember my parents often when they speak English. So yeah, $5 sample. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Oh yeah, 毎朝散歩しました. Sorry. We took a walk every morning. We took a walk every morning. Excuse me. Sample mayasa. Sample mayasa? I don't know. Sample mayasa? Oh my god. No, wait. Did you just make a loo joke? Wait, hold up. Sample is, I think, Indie. Sorry, Lotus. You don't get this credit. Indie already introduced sample to me. Wait, were you there? The Aru Idu, like, discussion that that Indy and I had way back in like day 14 or something. He introduced sample. Sample in the terms of kanji to me, because he talked about going on walks. So heck you, Lotus. I see it. I get it. But wait. But let's back up a little. Shady, did you just make a Lou joke? I would never make a Lou joke. Did you just say sample mayasa? Like, are you trying to trap an innocent, lewdless mind adult to say something inappropriate? Shady? Sample mayasa? That's pretty good though. That's pretty good. Sorry kids. For all the kids out there. Sorry. I apologize. This is what happens when you get older. Sample mayasa. I can't even unhear that anymore. Heckin', I can't unhear it. Oh no, that's a problem. Wait. Somehow it's a recommendation, nothing rude, walk every morning. Yeah. Fine, walk every morning. I run every morning. Wait, can you make a joke out of that too? It's hashiru, right? Wait. Can you make a joke out of, right? Hashiru maya asa. Anything with like my asa, like my asa, just it's funny. Hashiru mayasa. All right, I'm done. I need to compose myself. I'm being very immature about this. All right. I had to not break my character. All right. We are very well behaved adults here. Let's be a little bit more mature about this. All right, Shady, Lotus. Okay. No more. Wait, we got to be very mature about this. Yo asa es it. Oh my. Gurasu. Oh my. No, listen, you need to stop. All right, guys, you need to stop. I can't really. All right, we're done. No more. No more. Okay? No more. Okay? No more. I'm not gonna even say these out loud before I read them, okay? Wait, I don't know the last one. Wait, what? Da papa? Oh, wait. Ada papa? I'm not very good with these things. Move on, I regret it. Okay, all right, let's refocus. Oh no, that was bad. Wait. What did I just say? I don't even. All right. Let's. Okay. All right. I don't even want to. You could explain it to me later, maybe. Okay, Maiban, you're fine. You didn't say anything bad. Oh, okay. All right. Listen, I'm trusting you too. All right. I'm trusting. There's some trust here. I don't mind sounding like a goober. All right, Maiban. Maiban. Oh, 一緒に
一緒に
一緒に一緒に散歩しました。Aww, that's cute. This used to be the image for walking to walk with the husband. Walking with the husband. Otto. Yeah, Otto. Cute.
夕方に散歩しました。
夕方に散歩しました。Okay, we walked in the evening. Oh, we took a walk, actually. We took a walk. Which is a little bit more reasonable, given 散歩しました. We took a walk. That's fair. As opposed to we walked, because we have walked as well. So we took a walk. That's a reasonable way to distinguish between 散歩しました and 明る wait no, not 明る wait, oh no, I don't remember. It's wait 歩く yeah 歩く. I blame everyone. I'm so distracted. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
晩ご飯の後散歩しました。晩ご飯
晩ご飯の後
散歩しました。
That's great.
晩ご飯の後散歩しました。
It's wonderful going for a walk. I think people need to go for a walk every once in a while, you know? Take in some things, clear some minds. Walks are underrated. Walks are very underrated for like heavy thinkers. If you're like having a lot of things in your mind or you're very high functioning, walks are so underrated. It's actually a very difficult task for incredibly high functioning people. So it's a practice. It's kind of like a very challenging skill to be able to walk without losing your mind.
晩ご飯の後散歩しました。
散歩しました. However, with practice, it becomes an asset. You want to go for walks again, but I have to wait until temperature drops below 1 billion degrees. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. You do pace around my apartment all the time? I do too. Yeah. When it's like too much outside. When I'm trying to do work or maybe something that I can do on a mobile device, I kind of pace around. Or if I'm reading something or I need to like do some research, I like to pace around a little bit when you have the chance. Even when you're trying to be like functioning and stuff or meditating or something, pacing around is kind of nice. Yeah. Underrated. Very underrated.
立派な旅館に泊まりました。
立派な旅館に泊まりました。Okay. You pace a lot during meetings as well. If I don't have to have my camera on, helps me translate my thoughts into diplomatic communication. Understandable. I see what you did there. Sometimes I do the thing where imagine when I'm giving a presentation, right? I actually literally do this. So a lot of times you're staring at the board, right? Say there's like a stage up here, slightly elevated stage, and then you have your seats, right? Your seats down here with people looking at the top, and you have your board, you have this like podium thing, and you're standing right here, right? So sometimes people like to use laser pointers, right? Laser pointers, or they like to use sticks. But oftentimes I actually, when I'm talking and stuff, I would like walk to the thing, and what happens is it gives me time to also say like, oh, okay, I'm gonna walk over, and then this is time for me to like bridge my thoughts and stuff. So oftentimes it makes it look like I'm making a productive move to the other side and pointing at different like diagrams and stuff, right? At the thing, but at the same time it's a lot of extra time where I can form and organize and adapt to my yeah, it's still downtime that engages the audience. Exactly. it becomes functional at the same time, and it's helping you like feel a little bit more natural in your space as well. There's so many functions to using body language when you can. So oftentimes I actually move around on the board or a PowerPoint, like even in a PowerPoint situation. And I do that quite a bit. Keeps people engaged. Yep. Very excellent. Excellent point. Sometimes I make faces, I like look up, it's like, yeah, that is quite an interesting point. Meanwhile, it's buying me like 15 seconds of trying to organize something for a response. Instead of doing the whole what you call it, the deer is caught in headlights things, like you said what? And then you make the other person apprehensive. Like, what now? Or just like that blank stare, like I have no idea what you're talking about. Say, hold up, 1 second. Give me a moment. So you're saying, and I'm like repeating the other method, another alternative method is to repeat the same thing back to the person while you're gathering an internal monologue for yourself. So like when someone says, hey, what do you think about this Marvel movie? Marvel movies. Huh. I see. There's a lot to be said about Marvel movies. And then while I'm saying that thing, those are my natural responses that I can use to like kind of transition and also acknowledge that I've heard the person, but at the same time I'm spending time trying to process and come up with a response. And if I'm ahead of the game, I still do that because then I can get even further ahead. So if I already know what I'm going to say, I also pace out my responses so that I don't sound like I'm jumping the gun and whatnot as well. So sometimes you match the cadence. It gives you an idea of how to catch up with the cadence of your audience or the person you're talking to. And it also allows you the flexibility of speeding up and slowing down if you're already ahead. So you practice slowing down your conversations to meeting the person. Kind of like if you see this technique in action, it's the difference between someone who says, oh wait, but then there's this and this and this, and wait, I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, and they continue bolting forward, and then the other person's like, I'm still thinking about your first idea. Can you stop for a little bit? Like not everyone will be accepting to that. So being able to like use filler words and mechanical movements to either speed up, catch up, or slow down and meet people's cadence, it's really effective in my opinion. If you have to speak in speech and whatnot. Fun, very fun. I like the diplomatic communication. That's a very fantastic way of saying depicting or capturing that type of essence. Anyways, okay. Oh no.
立派な旅館に泊まりました。
立派な旅館に泊まりました。So we I've forgotten so many things already. We stayed at a splendid traditional inn. That sounds amazing. That expression is being able to express this would be wonderful. I like the word splendid. Okay. Yeah, we stayed at a splendid traditional inn. Sorry, today I have this like little thing that keeps hanging in the back of my throat that's making me cough. And water doesn't seem to get it out of the back of my throat. So,りばなりか旅館に取りまりました。泊まりました。Okay.
旅館の周りは賑やかでした。
旅館の周り。Okay. Surrounding area. 周りは Oh, you know, wait. No, that doesn't work. 周りはにぎやかですか? Also an inside joke. Sort of an inside joke, I guess. Whenever Duolingo gets a new like location, you know, when they're introducing like a new location, a generalized location, the first adjective, some of the first adjectives they use are systematically bootstrapping through the order of them. So you tend to have, right, shizuka, right, quiet, / calm, etc. And then you have nikiyaka, because they're attached to each other, right? What is lively is not quiet or calm. So these are the first two pairs almost consistently. I would say over 80% of the time when there's a new place, a new position that you can describe, it's usually nikiyaka and shizuka. The things you get used to, right? The things you get used to. Being able to appreciate something that's good, you also need to appreciate things that are bad, for example. So, nikiyaka and shizuka. So, ryokan, the surrounding area. Oh, they're using possessive? Sure, fair enough. I was gonna say the surrounding area in the traditional inn, but we could say the traditional inn's surrounding area is lively. Was lively. Fair enough. Okay. All right. Old school image. I mean, like another rehash. Oh, this was part of the sightseeing the Yama, like the sightseeing unit. で、そう。旅館の周りは、素敵でした。そう。旅館の周りは素敵でした。息子と something に行きました。Where are we going? With your son? Hinatsu. Fantastic. Mini golfu. Self-explanatory. Hiking. Oh, okay.
ハイキング
Hiking. And then de disu.
Ladies?
Oh, ladies. Or ladies. I pace a lot during wait, right. It's downtime that still engages. Oh, right. Not to be confused with hiking. Oh, biking. Bakingu? What is bakingu? Oh, bikingu. Oh, sorry, bikingu. Wait, is bikingu actually bikingu? Or is that actually biking? Huh. Interesting. But is that the word of expressing? Oh, Vikingu. Oh, technically, but it doesn't have a common meaning that makes sense. Oh, okay, fair enough. It's how they talk about. Oh yeah. Lotus. So shady. Now I'm gonna do the same thing to you. Lotus already explained that to me. In the context of all you can eat breakfasts, specifically during my chapter on cruises and learning tabe hodai, all you can eat. So yeah, Lotus already spoiled it. Well, Lotus doesn't know what blank means. I think they are smelling. Yeah, I've collected so many different like random trivia. It's pretty funny how often I can recall them. Yeah. Okay, so Viking, I see. Okay, but it's not really yeah, it's not really related. Fair enough. By the way, the Lerisu, I'm pretty sure it was still Lotus that pointed out Lerisu. Or maybe it's you, Lady. Someone pointed out that ladies, but like it's off ladies, but really it's not exactly how Duo used it, like commonly, because they translated it to women. But there's also more common words for expressing like a women's section, like kona, like section, even using kona. So that was what I was thinking about on that last one. Near the end, one of the choices. Okay, the forest near the traditional inn was lovely. All right, so mori
森
森は旅館うん
旅館
旅館旅館の near 近く no wait
はの
wait the forest yeah 森の旅館の近くは素敵でした。
素敵でした。
Yeah, vaguely familiar. Very vaguely familiar. Ladies. Someone, I was stuck on it. I'm like, Derisu. When I was translating, right? It had to be women, and I'm like, Derisu. What the heck? How does women get, like, how does Lerisu get to women? And then someone said ladies, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, fair enough. So let's see. The forest near the, yes. So the forest near the inn, I think. Dang it. It's the other way, isn't it? Yeah, they went with in forest. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair. Moving it to the, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough, Duo. Fair enough. I was thinking the forest is the biggest thing. But alright, fair enough. There was forest in the surrounding. There were forests in the surrounding area. Okay. 周りに森がありました。ありました。
ありました。
Alright. So, they took. Right. So,
旅館
ryokan. No, it really does sound like they're saying ryokan. Ryokan.
旅館
Okay. So, ryokan no. So, the traditional inn. Okay. Hold up.
近くの森
Yeah. The forest near the. Oh, yeah, it makes sense. I got it. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, the forest near. Wait. Yeah, near the relationship is near the traditional and the inn. Okay. Okay.
は素敵で
If
した。
this isn't it, I'm confused. Okay. If that wasn't it, I'm very confused.
入り口
Iriguchi. Okay. The Skakan.
小さい。
600 100 sorry 600
土曜日。
土曜日入り口 Iriguchi goes way back, man. Oh wait, oh no, not really, not as far back as Deguchi. Deguchi goes back to the first transit unit. Iriguchi goes back to the theme park, which is still in section 2 actually. Okay, Iriguchi.
入り口。 大阪。
Oh. Whoa. Now that I recognize the right radical of this, I'm like, oh. Interesting. Okay.
入り口。
Sorry. Which one of these is my shoes? Wait, what do you mean by my shoes? Why?
靴
I mean, it's still kutsu. Wait. I don't understand this either. My shoes. What's going on here? I was kidding about going back to the beginning, but it's a...
よく寝ましたか？
Wait, what's happening? Why is Yoku... Wait. Yoku... nemashita ka?
よく。
Oh.
よく。
Oh. Interesting. Okay. Obviously, context, but it's not enough context specificity, but interesting. I guess you could context it here, but that's some loose context right there. Did you sleep well? That is some weak loose context right there. Yeah, I can see that. There are tons of meaning based on context. Yeah, I know. That's, we're getting, definitely, that is some weak context. But that's fine. Yeah, yoku is a grammar point. And then whenever you have grammar points, and what I mean by that is grammar points in the sense of situation. I want to yoku neru right now. Yoku neru. Yeah. So they usually don't consider these like as super grammar points, but any word that has like this type of thing, like iroiro or sorosoro and like ashita, shikoshi, things like that, I consider them very cautiously. Need to be aware of all the other context uses. And what I mean by contextless uses, like minimal context use, because in Duolingo it's not enough. They tell you where it can be and how it can be interpreted, but you're responsible for understanding that there's other flexibilities of the meanings. So this one's a bit of a stretch, but you would want to kind of ask someone, oh, did you sleep well, as opposed to did you sleep often, if you know what I mean. But I could kind of still see, based on context, you would ask someone, hey, did you sleep often? In a way, in a very rigorously presumptuous way, you could suggest, well, people sleep when they sleep, so it may imply something else, right? So I kind of see, man, this is a minimalistic way of saying, did you sleep well? Need the more context clues.
よく休みました。 Yoku.
Yeah,
休みました。
yeah, okay. Yeah, yoku yasumimashita. Yasumimashita. Of course. I rested well.
旅館でよく休みましたか？
One thing I think something that here's another dualism that I feel requires higher abstraction. In my opinion, sometimes when you come to like learning language, right? When you come to learning language, if you're very mechanically inclined, or what I would also say is literally inclined, right? So like less abstraction, or maybe even less creative. Like you don't desire to be. Oftentimes you don't without stepping back. So you're stepping back. If you take one step back, right? Take one step back and think about why they're using yasumimashita here, or yasumimashita in the last prompt after saying nemashita, right? In a form of a question using yoku in the sense of well, you combine all of them and you connect not what's literally in front of you or what's isolated in front of you, but the step back and look at the lesson as a whole, you can probably create the abstraction for the context. Like now you can say like, oh yeah, well, if you're having a discussion about expressing like, oh, I've rested what like often / well, and then someone is asking you if you rest well, then you can start forming this stuff. But in Duolingo, it's compartmentalized, right? One of the isms about Duolingo is the exercise itself, like each of the exercise itself is incredibly bite-sized. And sometimes, in my opinion, the ones that aren't used to doing the extra step, they want the whole thing. Like you want the whole thing. So all the explainers, and maybe read like 6 sentences per prompt. However, we have to appreciate that if all these prompts are 6 sentences long or like 3 paragraphs, how many lessons and exercises are you going to do per day? Like what is the bare minimum? So they in Duolingo's perspective, the idea is to break them up into as little as possible, and then hope. I kind of think they hope that all the connections are made when you go back to your like path and your guidebooks and the summary themes, and you're supposed to connect the summary themes. So that's a little bold of a thing, but it's most effective in small bites. But at the same time, now you're not required to think of the bigger picture, and it's up to you to think of the bigger picture. And oftentimes some people, a lot of people nowadays prefer to watch all the explicit nature of things instead of being implicit in nature. Like when you go to a movie, ask yourself, do you want to see something that is really, really hard to comprehend because there's just not a lot of explainers in it? Like watch a David Lynch film. Go ahead. Pick any David Lynch film and watch a David Lynch film. Or you watch an MCU film. It's all there, right? So wherever you are, it's not like a reflection of your intelligence or whatnot. It's more about what your preferences are, like what your middle ground is. And for me, I think it's hilarious that Duolingo does these things where like, yeah, you have to do a lot of work. What is that work? Look up grammar. Be able to remember all the extra meanings you've collected so far, right? Whenever I see like mo come up again, I'm like, wait a minute. How many instances of mo have I been exposed to? Or like made, mada, mata, right? You're accounted for. You're accounted for these things. It's not like Duolingo is trying to literally tell you, hey, remember all these things. They are trying to show you these things. So naturally, when I saw nemashita, I was expecting yasumimashita, because those are related. It's really obvious in Duolingo how they've organized the implicit things. So they're trying their darndest not to explain anything, which is hilarious, because the one criticism of Duolingo is it doesn't explain anything. Yeah, it really doesn't explain anything. The problem with Duolingo for you is that it's too repetitive and starts feeling more like work than fun learning the language after a while. That makes sense. That's understandable. That is a criticism that I agree with, actually. Quite a lot. Agree with. When Duolingo's mechanical pace. So Duolingo's dynamic mechanical pace is very, very slow. It's incredibly slow. So it's not that you learn less, as in what I mean by that is you are exposed to less. So a lot of individuals say like Duolingo exposes you to too few words per day or per lesson. In fact, I'm going to tell you now, if you do one lesson, it's 25 to 30 things a day. The downside is if you're mechanically restricted, when you're mechanically restricted, it may feel slow because everything slows down. It's a grind, right? And I absolutely agree with that. Now, here's the thing. When you have this problem, it's not unique. It's not unique to Duolingo. And I've expressed this multiple times. It's unique. It's a human condition. And one thing I've done, because I know I'm not immune to this as well, is I bring mechanics. I bring mechanics into Duolingo. Duolingo isn't doing these things that I'm doing now. My thoughts and stories and whatnot. So my compensation for that, for certain, is that if you're a literal person, which I was referring to, the literalness, if your abstraction, in my opinion, and creativity is bound by the literal provision of a tool, then my encouragement for most people is to constantly cycle through tools. So like cycle back to a tool, cycle to a tool, keep your learning process dynamic. You know, do 30 minutes of Anki, 15 minutes of Duolingo, 15 minutes of LingQ or whatever. Go to your blogs. The idea is to continuously starve yourself of being too repetitious. Whatever amount of time, those weren't exact times. You have to determine when you start feeling like this is not fun anymore. It's too repetitious. So breathing, continuing to breathe new dynamics into your life and as you're in your routine will keep that repetitious nature from starving you out of your motivation, right, and fun. Generally speaking, my intrigue in design language is what's propping my interest in Duolingo as opposed to what the tool can do for me. So definitely go out and get more things, you know, get more vlogs and stuff. It is enabling the hyperstimulation thing, the hyperstimulation that YouTube and like the internet age has promoted. However, if you want to learn something and you want to feel good, generally you gauge your own level of stimulation that you require. For me, if I sit here and talk to myself for 8 hours, I'm already entertained. So my threshold is a little bit different than others, right? So I'm not suggesting anything I do can be very reasonable to others. I entertain myself sitting in the middle of a room with nothing in it. So when I was talking about gauging your level of abstraction and creativity, constantly looking for new tools, new inspiration, and then taking the inspiration from those tools and keeping it with yourself is a level of boosting your abstraction. So go out and look at Anki, how Anki does things. Go out and look at how Duo does things for a while. You know, take all these things and add it to your abstraction. So the way I entertain myself with Duo is on my off time, I take ideas from other people and like Anki users and Bushu users, and then I bring them into Duolingo. And then when I'm done with Duolingo, I take Duolingo's thing and bring them into whatever I'm doing, like vlogs and whatnot. So when I'm watching anime, I'm thinking of funny things that Duolingo does that anime doesn't do, for example. And when you're thinking about them, it reinforces what you're learning from Duolingo. And at the same time, when I'm doing Duolingo, it reinforces what I'm learning from anime. So that is also true when I'm learning other languages. So whatever I'm learning Chinese now, I'm thinking of Japanese. And I obviously think of English when I'm learning Chinese and Japanese. It's the natural state of my mind. I didn't grow up with one language. I grew up with 3 languages all the time. So when people are not used to growing up always constantly juggling these things, then it makes sense that they feel like it's unnecessary. So their natural approach would be to, if you want to acquire a target language, you only think and speak in that target language to enforce that. I don't resonate with that. I am constantly always thinking of more than one language. So my natural state is to keep that alive. That's how I engage. So if someone took English away from me, like Duolingo wouldn't do that because that's not part of its design, I would have to work harder, as in work harder, to bring English back in. Because I'm engaged in English and Japanese. So if Duolingo, if I'm using a tool that doesn't use English, I'm still going to bring English back into the tool. It makes me work harder, which I might end up learning more at this point. Since I have English here, I bring other English things into Japanese learning to keep myself engaged. All right. We just had a fun conversation about sample my asa. And without an understanding of English, that wouldn't have been as funny. After you get to a certain level, though, I think that immersing yourself in a language, any authentic content in given language becomes more beneficial as it doesn't tire you like Duo or Anki. I can see that. I disagree, but I can see that. If you're talking about like learning how to be authentic, then yes. Because if you don't do the thing that you strive to do, then yes, it would be more beneficial. Nothing about Duo or Anki tires me because my goal is not authenticity. I think authenticity tends to be a very toxic or unfeeling connecting word to me, because what is authentic to me is literally the opposite of purist perspective. So what type of authentic content do I engage in a given language? I engage in multicultural content. It's the most authentic version of multicultural content. It's purely not pure, which is what the word authentic tends to involve. Someone who has a perspective of purity, not multiculturalism. So oftentimes things like Duo, Anki, Bushu is a hybrid. They have bridging aspects of being both English and the native language and the target language. So that is the natural environment. It's the most authentic environment for me. So yeah, it's understandable from someone who wants to be in one state of mind over another state of mind. That's very admirable. Very admirable. The reason why I want to bring up the word authentic is, what is your goal in learning Japanese? To learn Japanese, to express myself in Japanese. If I can express myself in Japanese. I loosely use the word goal because it's not something that I have to achieve. I don't have to achieve the goal of learning Japanese. Right? What does that look like? The goal in learning Japanese. What is the goal, right? Be able to express myself. And I'm already doing that. I do that every day. How do I express myself? I'm an English speaking Chinese speaking person who's learning Japanese. That is the goal. Right? To what extent? Whatever extent I imagine to myself. And then how people interpret it, that's up to them. Because you can't control how you can try your best, but my goal is not to control what people think of my expression. It's cultural exchange. My expression is a form of cultural exchange, not a expression of cultural assimilation. When you think of authentic content, that's usually, in my opinion, from the perspective of cultural assimilation. I think it's wonderful that other people like to immerse and, assimilate a new culture, as opposed to transforming in cultural exchange. It's kind of without saying too stereotypical, it's kind of an American thing, I suppose, to some extent. Ryokan de yoku yasumimashita ka? Yasumimashita ka? Did you? I believe it's beautiful that people constantly get exhausted by juggling different cultures and different languages, as opposed to predicating or being focused on the purity aspect of representation. So that is only a personal choice, and that's my background, right? I'm a person that is more or less an East meets West kind of thing, as opposed to maybe a person who spends most of their life in a monocultural thing, and then when they go to learn a different culture, they also appropriately carry that same philosophy into truly respecting another culture. And I totally get that. So like, I've met a lot of international people now who they're very proud of their heritage, right? And they live in a country where the truest essence and to pay respect to another country's cultural interests that they have is to embrace it for everything it is. Because in their current environment, they would expect the same, right? If someone came to their country, they would expect full assimilation into their country because of the monoculturalism that is very strong in their country. In the United States, for me, for my anecdotal experience, is a mix of both. So I sometimes am in the environment of multi-generational Americans, which can flex between Germanic backgrounds, Irish backgrounds in my current state, Irish backgrounds, Germanic backgrounds, and Italian backgrounds. And then occasionally you get the Vietnamese and the Fujianese people. So it's natural for me to be thinking about it. What state am I in? I'm in Pennsylvania. So German, Irish, and Italian. And then the people who tend to move into the very specific area, maybe Fujianese and Vietnamese as well. I've met a few Filipinos, but that's not significant. Yeah, and I spent still a third of my life in Maryland, in the downtown, like the capital, and I'm from New York, New York City. Did you rest? Rest? Oh no, rested. Wait. Oh yeah, did you? Oh, yeah. Did you rest well at the traditional inn?
狭い入り口でした。
狭い入り口でした。To clarify, both my parents are first generation. So I am not necessarily the product of interracial courtship, right? Both my parents are from China. So I'm second gen. I'm the second gen, first gen born ABC, if you will, American born Chinese.
狭い入り口でした。
狭い入り口でした。It not here to gaslight anyone. I want to be I apologize if that came off as a little gaslighty. I tend to try to focus on saying, okay, I don't want to like change up your lifestyle, because I actually earnestly do believe that to be true. My parents, when I talk to my parents, it is very much like that. It's kind of weird because when you think of like pragmatism and how feasible things are, my parents would be like, here's one comment that they would probably ask us, like, why are you learning Japanese? You're not Japanese. That's kind of like the stuff that I'm not like offended by when my parents say that. It's very reasonable that they would think that. Like, why don't you learn Mandarin? And then they would ask, they would go further than that because of the monocultural like pragmatism that they have. They would say, well, why do you even bother learning Mandarin? Just work on your English. Be better at English than ever. You live in the United States, right? So that kind of thing can be, I'm very familiar with it. And I don't necessarily think it's offensive, right? It's oftentimes our life experiences really do shape how we think. Why didn't I grow up with Mandarin? Because my parents know that I was born in the United States, and to be pragmatically very successful in the United States, you must command the English language. So much like the whole like authentic content and immersing myself, my parents expect myself to immerse as much in the English language because I live in the United States. So, but you easily wield both? You could easily wield both. The answer is though. You can, for sure. The thing is, when you come from a monocultural society, there's the right way to do things and the wrong way to do things. Any amount of time you're dividing among a language that you don't pragmatically use in the country you're born in is less time you use to devote to specializing and authenticating the most pragmatic language. This is the perspective of my parents. It's not an uncommon situation. It's really not. It's one of the most common. It's actually more the rule than the exception when it comes to at least the Asian, the Chinese, ABC situation. Yeah, but it happens a lot. Yeah, and just so you know, I am learning Mandarin. I'm trying my best to learn Mandarin now as well. It's been a long time coming, but my parents are perfectly comfortable with the idea that, yeah, we might not be able to express to each other by wielding our mother tongues, right? But my parents see that if they see me using English to an incredible extent, they know that that is the compromise they made in life for my sister and I, because commanding English at an exceptionally high level gains access to certain things. And for myself, it was one of the reasons. It was one of the bigger reasons. And it was also mechanically relevant. When I was a kid, my parents my parents are not fluent in English. They are still not fluent to this day. In fact, they are largely illiterate to this day. So my sister and I pragmatically excelled at English in order to reach for pragmatic. They focused on what they were able to do very well, while we supplied the English. I'm still totally immersed in Fujianese with my parents though. You are half French and half German. I grew up speaking both languages. Now I'm fluent in both plus English. That's fantastic. Again, my parents are all Chinese. They are not half anything, half this, half that. So culturally, they are monocultural in perspective. So when you're monocultural in perspective, you tend to take rationally a monocultural approach to the pragmatism of language. And since I live in the United States and I'm born as an American citizen, constantly and unequivocally immersing in English is the most authentic way of being an American, is how that's perceived. However, for me, I don't see myself as purely. That's very unfortunate though, in your opinion. And I'm kind of curious why you think that you should immerse yourself in a language, any authentic content, because I actually think that's the opposite of being someone who is able to manage multilingualness. I'm not saying I am. That's the difference. I'm talking about the perspective of my parents and the perspective and mindset that I was raised upon in the household. For me, I actually know 4 languages to varying extents. And I actually do the opposite of what my parents do. Now the question, what promoted all of this conversation is the idea that you think that at some point you think that there's diminished like you must immerse yourself. You don't. I mean, I think it's unfortunate you didn't grow up speaking my mother tongue. I did grow up speaking my mother tongue. It's a mother tongue that it's not being taught. So I speak Fujianese with my parents. Not everyone grows up in a country that has a language that is formally taught or instructed. So whether I was able to learn my mother tongue, the mother tongue is that it's not taught formally. So my parents are diaspora from Fuzhou, China. So you can't learn any of that. But I still speak that. My parents can't speak English very well. So it's not like I talk to my parents in English. I usually don't. Yeah. One thing I notice a lot on Chinese language subreddit is that there's a lot of heritage speakers who can speak and understand spoken but can't read. Yeah, I can't write or read in Chinese. But there's a lot of people trying resources, yeah. And there just aren't any because the immersion that you're talking about, the authentic content, it's really simply not available to me. So it kind of stinks. I know. Like I want to be more expressive to my parents all the time. I talk about Fujianese quite a lot now, especially since now I'm talking about language learning. So I speak 80 to 90% of the time I speak in Fujianese to my parents. I can't read though. I can't read or write. And the only source of Fujianese is my parents, or are my parents. There's no formal education for this outside of China. So you would actually literally have to be raised and born and raised in China in order to have the luxury of speaking your mother tongue. And it's kind of like a unique situation for a lot of times it's a unique situation when it comes to Chinese people in general, diaspora from China. Yeah, you can't have, there aren't any reasons. It's not to say that I wouldn't welcome it. I would love to meet another like Fujianese person and really, really get down nitty gritty. Most Chinese diaspora in the US and the rest of the world, interestingly, seems to come from, Fujian and I don't even know how to pronounce it. Daijin. There's some Gondo area as well. And in the West Coast, since I'm on the East Coast, the West Coast tends to be, there's quite a lot of Shanghainese people. But Fujian is New York. It's like Fujian is solidly on the East Coast. Gondo. The Gondo. I don't know how to pronounce things in Mandarin, but yeah, the Gondo region. Yeah, I'm like still kind of in a Japanese mode, but yeah, Guangdong. Yeah, I would tell you how to. Oh, you're talking about like, yeah, that's fine. But you're stuck with chat. That's perfectly fine. Like I don't need to. I'm not actually. So here's one thing, right? Hujiu is how Fujian is said. So I'm toggling between both English, Fujianese, and what I know ear training with Mandarin and Cantonese. So there's going to be times where you might be thinking I'm trying to say something. If you're like someone interested in Mandarin, when I'm trying to say something, I'm not actually trying to say that thing. Like da, I'm not trying to say cha, I'm trying to say da. Da is tea. So it can happen every once in a while, right? Toggling in between. That's kind of the nature of having multiple languages, right? At least I don't know if you feel the same way. You say you command 3 fluent languages. So I imagine that you're in an environment where you constantly switch between the languages, like mid-sentence and whatnot. because that's kind of my experience. My experience is that I habitually switch in between sentences, or like anywhere in the sentence. If you start a sentence with a specific structure, then you stay with that structure. Is Fujianese more related to Cantonese? That's a great question, and I don't know yet. Because earlier I learned about nabe, right? I learned about nabe, right? Nabe being hot pot, right? Being hot pot. But hot pot is different from shabu shabu, right? I'm going to use romaji now, just to be confusing. Shabu shabu. And then I was like, you know what? I don't know what that is in Mandarin. So it's hua guo. I don't know how to spell it yet because I don't know how to spell pinyin. I'm working on it at the moment. It might be this. No. Hua guo. Maybe like this. However, in Cantonese is da beno. I'm gonna estimate. Da ben. Let's say da beno. Da beno. And then when I asked my parents, how do I say hot pot in Fujianese? Because I remember hearing it a bunch of times, and I was like, I know this word, so they needed to remind me what it was. And it's da benu. So da benu. Da bin. I don't even know how to do that too. It's more like da binu. Da binu. So I don't actually know. I have instances where when I hear the Cantonese word, it's like, oh yeah, I know exactly what the Fujianese word is. And then when, at some other word like cha is pretty good. T is pretty good. That's one of the first words you learn in Duolingo, by the way. Cha, right? Cha is da. This is what you would say. So, cha, da. Da is T. I don't know if that's closer to Cantonese. I have no idea. And since I'm immersed, by the way, I'm immersed in Cantonese and Mandarin growing up. Sometimes I can't distinguish because I have no formal education. So I have like no structure system to separate the two. So occasionally I might say something that sounds more like Cantonese. Like 你講乜嘢 versus 你說什麼 你說什麼 你講乜嘢 and 你講什麼 is Fujianese. So I don't know which one's closer. 你說什麼 versus 你講乜嘢 你講什麼 I don't know which if Fujianese is closer to one or the other. It's kind of very confusing, and I would love for someone to like use their observational skills in language to find that one day. Like, oh wait, did you notice that whenever you use Fujianese, it kind of sounds like this sound system in Cantonese, but not so much Mandarin. I haven't ever had a discussion like that before. And largely when I set those phrases, those are very common phrases that I say. So I don't really think about having to figure out how to say them. I just say them, right? So is that considered fluency? I don't think so, in my opinion. Personally, strictly speaking, immersion produces something that is different from learning like this. Learning like this is a very different aspect, right? Obviously. And it may lead to proficiencies that are different zones, different like zones of fluency, in particular things that come out a little bit differently when it comes to purely doing something versus purely doing something else. My favorite. This Gab asking you, wait, what do you mean by this Gab asking you? Yeah, we're talking about, I'm actually having the privilege of talking to someone who's actually very multilingual. That's pretty sweet. I actually haven't met someone, it's a lot rarer to meet someone who has two parents, right? Like what I mean is like two parents from different, like parents from different origin, and also that person ends up retaining both the languages and at the same time acquiring a second language to the same level. So that's pretty sweet, actually. Gregor. That's incredibly impressive. In the Chinese culture, this is more of a cultural dissonance now. In the Chinese culture, it's predicated on pragmatism. It's predicated on pragmatism. So, I don't feel regretful or unfortunate towards my parents for pushing me into English, because I respect that that's what they think, and they want to give up the expressive connection that we might otherwise have if I continue to maintain my Mandarin. However, Mandarin resources does not come about very accessibly the age that I grew. I'm 37. I grew up in a time where I grew up in a socio-economic environment and a time when Mandarin is not something that is both equally presentable in a high level while also being able to have access to higher education and incredible resource friendly universities and stuff while still having access to Mandarin. So most of the time English has taken its place. So, and now I'm going back. It's actually kind of fun. What I mean is I love that now we live in an age where we can say things like, oh yeah, Duolingo is not exciting, let's go to Anki. And then Anki's not exciting, let's go. We live in an unprecedented time of globalization and flexibility. When I was a kid, it's nice to have something to eat and, you know, go to a school that is actually remotely teaching something, and then going to a place where like, oh, everyone around you is incredibly accelerated, and in order to compete, you must forego your mother tongue in order to compete, right? I should have a big advantage learning Mandarin knowing Fujianese. It kind of feels that way. I also, and what I mean by that is the advantage is that I feel very comfortable, and then I can leverage that comfortability to apply myself harder. So there's a lot of associations that I can leverage to make it a nice process, which I will be doing later once I finish the lessons for Japanese, right? So I'm starting with Japanese because it's very far removed from everything, and then Mandarin is next. I'm actually formally educated in Spanish, actually. The second formal educated language that I have is actually Spanish, which I'll get to that at some point, maybe in a year's time. Revisiting Spanish. Your biggest complaint about Mandarin compared to Japanese is that there's no indicator if something is a verb, adjective, or noun. I don't even know what to say about that, Jacob, at the moment, because I only got through the first lesson. There's not even a sentence yet. I wasn't aware there's no indicator for verb, adjective, or noun. Is there one? Oh, from Japanese. Oh yeah, that makes sense. From Japanese. If you're comparing it to Japanese, yeah. 你说什么? Yeah, no indicators. Yeah, there's no indicators. Now that I think about it. 你聽那驚嗰個 Yomo sai chia ko meno. Yeah, there's no endings. No endings. So, like no indicators for the stuff. It's just vanilla. Kind of like English actually. That's a fun way to tell my parents actually. But you know what? I guess there's like gerunds. In English there's gerunds, right? Gerunds can be a loose way of marking in action, but they're like well in between. Interesting. Yeah. I love these discussions. Sorry, thank you. I really appreciate the candidness, Gregor. That is pretty exceptional to be so well inclined. I would love, I mean, I don't know if you make content or anything. I love watching people slip in and out of languages. Like my favorite thing is always is watching multicultural couples slip in and out of languages. So like at one time you can, it's so adorable. I find it super endearing. Like someone would say something like, wait, you're not doing it, and then suddenly the word that they want to impact, it suddenly changes to their like whatever language they decide. Like what'd you call it? I don't know. Can I use some of my something like, oh man, that's so abunai. Like no yamete. Okay, it's like okay, all right. Or like I like this. I like this tabemono. I love that. Like that stuff, in my opinion, is like the essence. It's capturing the essence of how it feels very comfortable to be in languages. Like you don't automatically start thinking I need to switch to a mode. You just end up doing it anyways for accenting. Sometimes, you know, I say a lot of times like, man, this is definitely no bueno. Like like, what do you think about this? Nadie. No, nada, nadie, nilch. Not right now. Let's not go there. I'm not touching that. Right? Cool. All right. I'm gonna refocus and try. Actually, are you interested in learning Japanese or Mandarin? Or are you already learning Japanese or Mandarin? Jacob is both. Honestly, Jacob is like hardcore immersion tied for Japanese at this point, and then dabbling in Mandarin. Not dabbling. I think Jacob's gonna knock Mandarin out of the park. I'm playing catch up. as a American-born Chinese, I'm trying to catch up to Jacob in Mandarin. Imagine that. Semai iriguchi deshita. So it was a cramped entrance. Okay. Yeah. All right.
畳で寝ました。
畳で寝ました。Oh, that sounds so comfortable. Sleeping on top of a tatami. I'm a floor sleeper, so occasionally I just need some like slight give, but I'm very much a floor sleeper. We slept on the traditional flooring, tatami. Actually, I rarely say traditional flooring when it comes to describing tatami. Actually, tatami is the English word. What I mean is it's kind of like sushi, right? sushi, tempura. When you describe sleeping on a specific floor, it's tatami. Although in English, the accent would be tatami, right? Tatami. So just to, it's kind of like how katakana is. So when you go to Japan, you're probably going to use katakana to pronounce English words. In the United States, I would more likely say tatami, so that it's identifiable by English speaker. Like sushi and oh no, I don't even know how to say tempura, right? Tempura. Sometimes ramen. No, not a lot of people say ramen. These days they say ramen. Instead of ramen, right? Instead of ramen. Whenever I'm not able to express my current thoughts as well in one language than the other, I will tend to switch only under the condition that the listener also knows both. Yeah, fair enough. Yep, exactly. Whichever comes first. I do the whole if appropriate. I agree with you. If appropriate, like with a with someone, right? If appropriate, whichever comes first. Yeah, right. Whichever comes first, or with lowest path of resistance, right? Lowest path of resistance. For my parents, I do whichever comes first. Because my inclination is that if my parents are fluent in the language that I started with, in the expression, that if I substituted an English word, they will not only understand the contextual nature of the English word, but they also gain that English word over time. So over time, my parents use words like school, hospital, shopping, grocery store. In fact, they adopted the word giant for super, or supermarket, or a grocery store. Even though the phrase is chine chidun, right? But they would use giant. And giant is actually like a Kleenex situation. A Kleenex situation. Like lots of Americans would say Kleenex, but Kleenex are tissues, right? Tissues would be something you use internationally. However, you can say Kleenex in the United States and people will know it's tissues. Giant is the local grocery store. So now my parents would use giant when they're referring to a local grocery store, which then you would know that this is a Familect, right? I'm talking about Familex now, where you have a closed circle, family-induced dialects. So the Fujianese now, since Fujianese is not formally educated, most of my Fujianese is also Familect dependent. So when I talk to another person, the rare moment I talk to another person who knows Fujianese, they will also have products of Familex. And because of that, it's very interesting to talk to other Fujianese people that are diaspora, because their Familex would be different. And then a lot of times this is different from having an accent from actual Fujianese people who are from Fujian, right, in the Chinese. Every diaspora in a foreign language will have different Familex of their mother tongue. So it becomes a very strong bonding moment. Like, oh, that's how you say it. I'm like, well, I say it this way. It's like, oh, well, that's weird. It's like, oh yeah, that's weird too. Like, you say this, and I'm like, there are some consistencies. Like, here's something. Like in Fujian, I imagine Fujian, people in Fujian know how to like say hello in a specific way, or know how to say goodbye in a specific way. But oftentimes when you talk about people like me, the diaspora, we use phrases to express these things, but they're no longer the same phrases. There's still phrases that are shared between. There are common phrases that are shared between each one, but they vary even then. So the diaspora still retains some sort of phrasing that is common. And then there's the Familec stuff, where then you have certain things that kind of grew out of this. Like, for example, busy is a loan word. Well, like loan word in the sense of like katakana is in Japanese. So nia busy ma, this is no longer in English word. It is a Fujanese loan word. Busy, not busy, nia busy ma. So when I'm saying nia busy ma, I'm not saying are you busy, which busy would be how I pronounce it in American English. So occasionally when I say busy, busy can sound weird because I might be thinking of the Fujanese pronunciation as opposed to busy, the American pronunciation. Things like that. Super interesting. Very interesting. All right. School is how you would say school. It's kind of hard. It's like school is how my parents, the Familect for expressing school. So when I talk to people and say, oh, I'm heading to school now, I would say I'm heading to school now between me and my sister. But school is how I would say to my parents, like, oh, why call school now? And I said now, why call school now, as opposed to why call school, Jirun, why call school? Something like that, right? It's so it keeps going. I love seeing this, like when people record interactions with their family, like, oh yeah, my mother from Korea who's coming to the United States, and I'm American, and we're making food, and then you see the recording, right? Like they're recording themselves cooking and stuff, and how they communicate. It's so like that is it makes me feel at home. Like the interactions when people have parents from a different place, and then they are adopting another place, and they're married to another person from a different place, and then they make content. That is like it's slightly more common now. However, they do draw a lot of criticism, right? There's going to be lots of comments like, oh, that's not how Chinese people behave, or that's not how Americans behave. So you get a lot of that on the internet because it's predicated on statistics. Whichever one has either the loudest, regardless if it's minority, the loudest voice tends to be the one that gets represented. And I am a person who really loves capturing, whenever I see the rare opportunity to see another group that can capture what I feel or how I am at home with my parents. I am home with my parents. Those moments are indescribable. They have to be demonstrated, because I think still the vast majority of people on this planet operates in a monocultural mindset, not in a multicultural mindset. And that's kind of how it's the human condition. You want to belong in places. And rules and structure and expectation creates consistency. It feels very comfortable. Unfortunately, I'm born in circumstances that makes me a vast minority. you feel like you're the opposite of that, so you want to belong in, so you want to like strive yourself to belong in like where separate, where I'm not saying this in like a superficial way, but like donning different masks when appropriately, so you like the appropriateness of it. Oh, opposite of monocultural. Oh, okay. You feel like you're the opposite of that. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. I agree. Then you and I would probably resonate pretty well, because I'm pretty opposite of that. I think there's a hyper representation of people wanting to be, to fit in, and that's a great thing. I think it promotes community. At the same time, you can't help but also want to do the same, sort of like the monocultural aspect, but at the same time collect all the multicultural aspects, right? Like bond with other multicultural people, and that can be tougher, largely due to the nature of how rare it can be, because you have to have 2 or 3 things happen at the same time, rather than like you have to have more things line up than fewer things line up. And statistically, in math, it's more likely that you're more likely to be born and raised in a certain manner than having 3 or 4 things happen, and then those things have to line up with someone else's in order to feel like resonating. But when they happen, it's magic. I think it's magical. It's even more so when, say, I've met, I don't know if Jacob is still here, because Jacob is always hardworking. Jacob shared with me that he's in a very specific situation, and because of that situation, we very scarily relate in perspective a lot. And that kind of thing is like, you don't even have to talk about it. It's like, yeah, that's fine. I do believe that mono to some extent is important to have. It is, indeed, it is. I think both, right? The answer is both, not one or the other, right? And it's ironic because it's kind of paradoxical, because my answer to multiculturalism is likely one of the influences for me to say it's both. There's room for both. Like there's room for more than one language. There's room for more than one cultural awareness, even while trying to segregate them. Right? Even while you're attempting to segregate them, being aware that there are 2 monocultural places as opposed to one multicultural places that are a mix of 2 monocultural places. Those are 3 separate states of mind. Culture 1, culture 2, and a culture that's a mix of 1 and 2. They coexist, right? They exist. And definitely. So I have to keep this in mind whenever I'm talking to people. That's kind of the awareness factor. Excellent point. Indeed.
部屋は綺麗でしたか?
I think the world is big enough for that, for sure. And why do I learn Japanese and Mandarin now is that I think my life is big enough to accommodate all 3 of them. So that's probably a great segue into it. Oh, and which, by the way, I do consume I guess what most people would consider native content. I do consume native content as I'm learning. Duolingo is not that, though. Obviously, while I'm streaming Duolingo, I will not be thinking of it that way per se, because the way Duolingo approaches things, it would be unappreciative to try to blame Duolingo for what it's not doing and intentionally not doing, right? Much like going to a monocultural country and blaming them for doing something they're obviously not doing, right? So that's kind of an idea. I like native content. I mean, I watch quite a lot of native content. And it certainly doesn't sound like Duolingo. For sure. I also agree with that too. They're different states. Different states. Heya wa kirei. Wait.
きれい
Kirei. Deshita. Deshita ka. Oh, this is highlighting kirei because they're swapping again. They're swapping definitions. As in, this time it's about being clean. The last couple times, the last couple lessons, pretty. So, they highlight things when the definition is swapping. Say, oh hey, we want to be clear that you should know that this also means clean and pretty, contextually, right? So, was the room clean? Oh, yeah, was the room clean? Okay. All right, Duolingo. All right. 旅館のお皿 okay, お皿お皿はとても綺麗でした Fair enough. The plates at the inn, at the traditional inn, are very clean.
お手洗いはきれいでした。
Were very clean. Sorry, were very clean. I heard お手洗い
お手洗いは
は
よく
よく
きれ
綺麗
い
でし
でしたた。
Okay.
お手洗いはきれいでした。
So they're... Oh,
お手洗いはきれいでした。
wait. Why are they... Oh, this isn't new. Huh. It's a good expression, though, for describing stuff. The bathroom was clean. The restrooms were clean. Or the restroom was clean, sure.
旅館の部屋はとても綺麗でした。
旅館の部屋はとても綺麗でした。いいですね。畳の部屋でしたか? Oh, interesting. So this is in inference. So the first comment was the traditional inn's room, like the room at the traditional inn, was very clean. And then the person's like, いいですね. Neat. I usually say neat, like neat. Tatami no heya deshita ka? So, was the room's floors? So were the rooms, like, are the rooms floors, right? Or were the rooms floors? AKA as clean, right? Or like clean as well. How do they phrase this, actually? Nice. Was it a room with... Oh, no, never mind. Just kidding. Like, they're referring to the same room, but I'm kind of curious if it was also implying that. But there's also say... Never mind. I was reading too much into it. It's just asking, was it a room with traditional flooring? Dang it! I really thought they were going to go more in deep. I actually thought I was reading way too into it. Just kidding. I'm getting a little carried away now. Let's not. Let's just read more literally here. I was going to go into like, oh, maybe they're going to ask about if the room's floor is clean as well. Like, how were the room's floors? Kind of thing. But this is literally just saying was deshita. Interesting. Was it a room with traditional flooring? This is kind of more saying though. Oh, there is was there traditional flooring in the room? Was the room? Oh, huh. Was it a room with traditional flooring? Yeah, yeah. That actually works. Huh. Okay. Oh, we'll see more. I need to see more. I'm going to be home all day long, so ichi nichi ju, ichi nichi ju, ichi ichi nichi ju ie ni imasu. Wait, ie ni imasu.
一日中家にいます。
Yeah, right? Yeah, all day long. Ichi nichi ju, all day long. Ie ni at home. Imasu? Yeah.
入り口で靴を脱ぎました。
Okay. Negi. Negimashita. Okay. Irukuchi de kutsu o negimashita. So taking off something makes sense. I took off my shoes at the entrance. Very customary. Also, is also a thing in this household as well. We took off our shoes at the entrance. I forgot what the entrance thing is called. I think there was a name for like the area, the receiving area, which is not present in Western households a lot of times. The receiving area in which it's still within the house, but the home. I think there was a name for that. Took off our shoes. So negu? Let's see. Negu? Oh, yeah. Or take off? No. Just kidding. Negiru? Maybe? No. Wait, what? Wait, did I? Wait, hold up.
入り口で靴を脱ぎました。
Oh, new. Sorry, new. Nugu. Sorry. Is it nugu? Take off clothing, shoes, etc. to undress. Okay. Negu. I mispronounced it. Yeah, I had a good time watching your stream and talking about language. One of my favorite topics. Dude, I would love to hear if you're doing something, like learning something and doing other things. I would love to hear your discoveries. Yeah, take care. Take care, Gregor. I would love to hear your like different funny observations. Anytime. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, by the way. Really appreciate it. Have a good one and good luck with everything. So, Nugu. Okay. Nugimashita.
脱ぎました。
Yeah, I totally mispronounced this. I said ne. Right. I said ne. Nugimashita. Okay. Heya wa tatami deshita. Okay. There is traditional flooring in the room? The room has traditional flooring. Kutsu o nugimashita. Okay. Sure, you take off. We took off our shoes. Demo nani wa yukimasen deshita. Interesting. Although, oh, okay, wait. Socks? We kept our socks? Oh, okay, I see.
靴下
Kutsushita. That's a great way to bring back kutsushita. Hanza Hero is such a great resource for Mandarin. Random thought, but just thought I mentioned it. I will thank you much. Hold up. Thank you much. So far, the only resource I've decided to use out of convenience is the MDBG Chinese dictionary, but thank you much. Okay, so Hanza Hero, huh? Oh, is this gonna be my tofuku? This interesting. Let me see. Oh. Wait. Can I, how much can you actually access for trying for free? What is the pricing? $10. Okay. I'll have to think about it. Okay, a free trial. Yeah, I'll definitely try out the free trial. Okay. Not the same thing I thought. Not the same thing I initially thought. I thought maybe it was like a, because I'm kind of looking for a kind of like a tofuku equivalent. First 90 characters for free. I see. You've used Duolingo Mandarin, right? So I can like get your thoughts about juxtaposing that, right? Because I don't really know enough yet. Oh, okay. Because like the character section, the Hanza section is like, coming from Duolingo Japanese, it's like it's a little much already. So I'm not, I don't know if you watched the first 2 days. My like priorities right now are quite a bit different. The Chinese grammar wiki is really good and free for grammar. Oh, okay. Grab this. We're supposed to talk about these things later, you know, in the Chinese section, but actually you might not be around, so let me bookmark this. Ooh, oh, it's fancy. All right, I'm definitely gonna bookmark this instead. That's kind of what I'm looking for, because I need to build up. Oh, so you don't do the character part on Duolingo since you use other. Okay. Because I love the character section. It's different. It is definitely built different. So it's a little bit slightly overwhelming at the same time, but I like that it's overwhelming. It's not as comfortable as the Japanese section. The Japanese section is very comfortable, as in I wouldn't be surprised if I'm getting lazy with the Japanese section. But the Chinese one it's pretty different. It's not that I won't get lazy, but it's different enough that it's refreshing. So now I'm like highly engaged in the Chinese section. So far. Okay. I took off my shoes in the room. Okay. Because the area of activity. Heya de nugimashita. Oh no. Kutsu o nugimashita.
脱ぎました。
I took 入り口で靴を脱ぎました。Cute. Very cute.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Alright.
Go ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Alright. I'm so far behind. It's alright though. Mushrooms. I'm gonna guess. Let's guess. The closest thing I have is kino. So if it's kino, kinoko.
Kinoko.
Dang it! It's kinoko. It's close enough. Kinoko. Kinoko. Instead of kinoko. It's kinoko. At least I hear kinoko.
Kinoko.
Yeah, kinoko. As opposed to kinoko. Dang it! The one time I'm not using a tamadaka, I get nailed with... the one time I embraced nakadaka. It's not the one time. It happens all the time. It's a guessing game for me still.
Kinoko.
Yeah, kinoko. Instead of kinoko. Kinoko. Alright.
Yamano kinoko.
Yamano kinoko. Sure. Okay, you want to go that way? Fine. Mountain mushrooms. Fair enough.
季節の魚。
Okay. Kisetsu no sakana. Seasonal?
季節の。
Interesting. Kisetsu. Oh, they're totally doing this on purpose. Okay. They're putting in more setsuits. Setsu. Endings. Seasonal fish. Okay. Kisetsu no sakana.
季節の魚。
美味しいものを食べましたか？
美味しいもの。はい。美味しいものを食べましたか？食べましたか？ Okay. Did you eat delicious things? Delicious stuff. Kisetsu no. Oh, okay, I see how they went about it. Kisetsu no yasai to seafood o tabemashita. Okay. Seasonal veggies and fish. Oh, that's such a great expression. That's honestly, it's always I find it incredibly entertaining trying to think about how minimalistic they're gonna go about like framing the new vocabulary immediately after it's introduced. Yes, I ate seasonal vegetables and seafood.
魚は新鮮でした。
魚は新鮮でした。
新鮮。
Of course, 新鮮。Seasonal and shinsen is very apt to be grouped together. The fish was fresh, and then you can throw seasonal in front, right? The seasonal fish was fresh. I love to say it's windy in Mandarin. You say the wind is big. Yeah. Dai hung, right? Hung is very, yeah. Hung wa hung sh hung sh die hung hung die sh. Which order to even go? Yeah, doi hung. Yeah, die hung. Yeah, die hung. Se she. No, right. She die hung. The win is big. Yeah. Like I'm saying in Fujianese, which is oh, bang. Oh, how you say win? It's bang. Bang. Henda. Feng. Oh, feng. Oh, that's how you write it. Okay. Feng. Henda. Handai. Handa. Okay. Feng. Handa. Oh. Oh, there. Oh, okay. Feng. Handa. I thought that means win very big. Win is very big. But hun. Okay. Huh. So like it was windy today is literally is wind is very big, which is why I thought it was interesting. Oh yeah. That because when you said wind is very big, yeah. Okay. I don't remember how to say today. Inan is one day. But with tone markers and all that jazz. Yeah, but I need the tone markers. I'm on training wheels right now. I need the tone markers. Jitian, I think is Jitian Feng Henda, right? I know the tone numbers too. So like so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then neutral. If you mean that. Do they correspond to these tones? Is that how that works? I actually don't know. In Duolingo, obviously they don't use tone markers, tone numbers. They use the tone marks. But do they correspond in this way? G. G. Tian. Oh no, yeah. Tian. G. Tian. G. Tian is what that says. So like, oh, G. Tian. Okay. G. Tian. Yeah. So I need the tone markers, right? If you say, 1 and this, then I would say tone 1. So it is the correct tone. So yeah. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I just learned that in the last 2 days. So I'm like synchronizing my vocal production and my listening to the numbers. So now I'm like pretty good with that. Only now I have to work on my like initials and endings. Yeah. Duolingo has the pinging area as well. So I'm like juggling both. I'm juggling both the characters and the stuff. So right now, when I go to review, I think I know all the pingings, and now I know 10 of the characters so far with the pinging. So I'm simultaneously doing them now, as opposed to like in Japanese, I started with the kana and the sound first. So I needed to learn the kana with the sound. However, in Mandarin, I already know most of the sounds. So now I'm using the sound so that I can do pinging and hanzi at the same time. And that's kind of why the Mandarin thing is like a little different. So it really doesn't as much overlap with Japanese still. So anyways, that's pretty cool. So you're saying the cool phrase is 几天方很大 or something like that. 方很大. For some Fujianese reference, it's 济南风呀对. And I don't actually know how to say is. I don't even know if there is a word for is. So all I said was 济南 today. 济南风呀对. Very big. I'm missing a word here. Like it almost feels like I'm missing a particle. I'm missing like a Japanese particle. The particle for is. Like let's put a wa in here. So ginan hung wa yatoi. Sorry. That 几天方几天方很 yeah 很大 很大 okay 很大 is the fourth. Okay 几天方很大 okay I see. So the hun becomes a 2 and this due to okay, so it's like da. Because your intonation da. Yeah, that's great. So 几天方很大 da 很大 because you're doing the hen 2. You're making the uptone for the question. Yeah, I got it. Nice. Pretty soon we'll have discussions making Japanese, Mandarin, and English. Yeah, it's gonna happen. And I'm gonna get 0 learning done, all because of you, Shady. I absolutely love learning, getting structure to all my immersion. Like, I can't tell you how crazy it feels. Like, for Japanese, right? For Japanese, you use Duolingo, right? And this is what I call the input, right? However, I'm taking raw input, as in there's no explainers or anything. And what happens is then I'm naturally curious about how to explain this raw input. This is the raw input. So whenever I get to find enough patterns and it explains, it's like, yeah, that's so awesome. But in Mandarin, I already have all the input in the sense of like sound and vocal production. So everything I learned in Duolingo is like, finally it all makes, finally there's structure. So when I was learning pinging and stuff, it was so refreshing to finally be able to like write something or read something, right? Because I can't write or read at all, and it's like a whole weight has lifted. Like my 30 plus years of life, I can finally now, when someone writes something to me, I can finally like at least read it and attach it to sound and vocal production. So I'm like on a high right now in Mandarin. So we're gonna see how long that high rides. It's not the same in Japanese, because the Japanese I'm acquiring the sound and also listening as my primary still, but at the same time I still have to read the stuff, right? And it's such a different experience. All right. Let's go back. This by the way, man, OG Falstaff, not so cool. Not so cool. I mean, he does kind of look adorable, but not as adorable as Falstaff in the current iteration, in my opinion. Unpopular opinion, maybe. There's something. I mean, this person still has an accessory, but and you know, hat, but still. Yeah, I will say that I think Mandarin course on Duolingo is great for sentence building and understanding, largely thanks to how basic grammar is in the language, at least at this level. Yeah, I agree. I agree. When you're starting something is incredibly refreshing. Like, it's a nice starting point. And I totally agree with most that Duolingo is, it's great for starting, right? Because it's largely thanks to the basic grammar in the language. And if a language also can thrive on basic grammar a lot, it highlights what Duolingo does well, which is to stick to basic grammar in general, if you know what I mean. Anyways,
魚
魚と野菜は四川でした。
せ
Oh no, I want you to say the whole thing. Like, I was just about to form, does your dad want to go to the mall to buy a new sofa? Which is kind of wild to think about. Ni Baba emotion call emotion call mall store. It's actually adopted, so mall and store. Or me sing sofa. Sing. My parents actually say couch. They adopted the word couch for like that object. So yeah, when I'm thinking of Fujianese, right? And the order of it is interesting too, because I'm ordering it the way I'm reading in English, but I don't know if my parents would my parents say that? Amagianko store come couch. Ni baba ding na again. Yeah, it is like very. Yeah. Oh, and sofa is borrowed from English. Yeah. So Safa. Oh, Safa. Safa. Sorry, Safa. Okay, Safa. So good. All right. Fair enough. Sing Safa.
村の野菜は本当に新鮮でした。
村の野菜は本当に新鮮でした。Can I hear this again?
村の野菜は本当に新鮮でした。
Okay, 新鮮でした。村の野菜は本当に新鮮でした。Okay. The vegetables. The mura. The village's vegetables were really fresh. Alright.
キノコは新鮮でした。キノコ
は新鮮でした。
でした。
キノコは新鮮でした。
キノコは新鮮でした。
Wait. Oh, kinoko, mushrooms, right? Mushrooms. Kinoko.
美味しい刺身でした。
美味しい。Oh, sashimi. Sashimi でした。We finally got sashimi.
刺身。
Sashimi. Oh, it's nakadaka. Why? I said sashimi, and I'm like, no. You see what I mean? It's a gamble for me. It really is a gamble for me. The moment I decide like, okay, I'm just gonna fill it out. Okay, sashimi, right? No, it's like sashimi, right? I said sashimi, but it's sashimi.
刺身
Every time it's a guessing game, and I lose the coin flip every time. Okay. 美味しい美味しい刺身でした。It was a tasty sashimi. Which sashimi works. Sashimi and sashimi. It lines up.
刺身
When it ends up being nakadaka, right? At least I think that's nakadaka.
刺身
Sashimi.
刺身がたくさんありました。
Sashimi ga takusan arimashita. Okay. There was a lot of sashimi. Yep.
毎日新鮮な魚を食べました。
毎日新鮮な魚を食べました。Okay, I ate fresh fish. Did I say maitoshi?
毎日新鮮な魚を食べました。
Did I say mainichi or did I say maitoshi? Mainichi. I meant to say mainichi. I don't remember, so I probably said maitoshi instead of mainichi. There's a chance. 毎日新鮮な魚を食べました。I ate fresh fish every day. Lucky.
ベルト皮
皮刺身
オフィス
オフィス
人形
新鮮なシーフードがたくさんありました。
新鮮なシーフードがたくさんありました。Okay. There was a lot of fresh seafood. Seafood. 季節の
季節の
キノコ
I see.
タ
タブ
ブレット
レット
11
11
月
月
スキル
Fresh mushroom soba. That sounds so delightful. Okay.
キノコ
Where's 新
新
鮮
鮮
Do I need a no here?
なの
Yeah. 新鮮なキノコのそば
そばも
もあります。ありました。
ありました。
Yeah. Very a lot of fresh vegetables. Okay. 新鮮 Right. Yeah.
新鮮。
新鮮な野菜をたくさん食べました。
たくさんを
Oops.
昨日、
Uh,
昨日、野菜
stop.
を
Everything's messed
食
up.
べました。
Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind. I think we're only gonna do 3 lessons into second thing because I'm really far behind now.
タイのお客さん
I know. Okyaku-san. Okyaku-san.
お客さん
Okyaku-san. Interesting. Yes, Okyaku-san. Okay,
お客さん
Oh, okay. Interesting.
お客さん、
Okyaku-san.
海外のお客さんと話しました。
Kaigai. Oh, way to throw in Kaigai. Kaigai no okyaku-san to hanashimashita. Okay. I talked with overseas guests. Fair enough. Very nice.
レストランのクーポン
Restaurant no coupon? Coupon? Oh, coupon. Coupon? Okay. Alright. Now we have sample coupon. No, just a walk coupon. Coupon. Okay. What do we have? Restaurant. Okay. Restaurant coupon. Restaurant no coupon.
クーポン
Coupon. Okay.
クーポン
Coupon. 旅館のクーポンをありますの使いますのもらいました No. 怒りましたNo, 怒りました終われました終わりました終わりました Wait, let me read the rest. 今度一緒にその旅館に行きましょう。Send So let me see. Kowaremashita is break, right? That's certainly not it. Tomarimashita. Tomaru is to stay. I don't remember what. Oh, I received. Okay. Yeah, moraimashita. Received from last unit. From last unit. Coupon. Gosh, fictitious. Alright, going to get ready to head to a local card store for trade night. Then get dinner somewhere. A local card store for trade night? That sounds so nerdy. I dig it. I may tune in again later tonight if you're still streaming. Oh yeah, no worries. See you next time. JD, that sounds so nerdy, but it sounds so interesting. Like, I kind of want to go to trade night now. Take care, Shady. Thanks for hanging out. So I received a coupon. I received a coupon for the traditional inn. Right. Coupon o maraemashita. Yeah. Or I got a coupon for a traditional inn. Review. Review? Oh my gosh. Review. Alright. I guess now I can try to explain. Oh, I literally was gonna say this. I can try to explain that I'm trying to write a review for Duolingo in Japanese. They literally took the words out of my mouth. They used kakimashita or MAKU. I wrote a review. Review. No, review. Yes, reviewを書きました。Okay. 必ずレビューを書きます。必ず。Wait, 必ず。必ずレビューを書きました。必ず。For sure. Always. I will write a review for sure. Oh, that's interesting. 必ず. I almost feel like this is a grammar point. 必ず. 必ず. For sure. That kind of feels like borderline grammar point. I'll write a review for sure. 必ず. Okay. Or I'll for sure write a review. Fine. Fine. Fine, Duolingo.
必ずまたこの部屋を予約します。
Have I tried reading any Japanese outside Duolingo? Weren't you here when you... Well, actually, you weren't here when I mentioned that I read grade readers. I use grade readers. I'm pretty sure you were here when I said grade readers a bunch of times. I also read Japanese subtitles. So, a lot of things have Japanese subtitles these days. Like, vlogs. Like, comprehensible input vlogs have, Japanese subtitles in them. And not like the CC version. How is it compared to reading Duolingo Japanese? Honestly, it's about the same. It kind of feels the same. The downside is it's not guaranteed that grade readers and vloggers aren't doing it to accommodate language learners. So what I mean by that is I'm not I'm not sure. The vlogger that I know, he's framing his stuff around around Genki. And then gray readers are kind of, you know, framing around language learners. So the experience is about the same. And what I mean by that is there are things you know and things you don't know. One thing that is kind of different though, maybe one thing that's kind of different is more guesswork, right? More guesswork. And this is not this is my default. Guesswork is my default. So I'm naturally already inclined to do guesswork when I'm using Duolingo. Duolingo is not guesswork for most people. And just now you came back from some Hebrew practice and a lot of people on Reddit is talking about how bad it is that even the natives. Yeah, it's horrible indeed. That sounds like confirmation bias. Confirmation bias. Annie. How do the people say it's bad? Can you explain that? How is it bad? Using, say, when you say lots of people, that is confirmation bias. It doesn't tell me anything about how it is bad. Like, that doesn't explain anything. It's like a trust me bro situation, but you were unable to explain to me how is it bad to begin with. So it's kind of difficult to know, regardless of how many people you read. I don't know how that doesn't explain anything to me. Copying a comment doesn't help unless it explains something, but go for it. And remember that I'm trusting you, not the however other people's comments, right? So anyways, I think it's a little bit different, Granola. It's different, but more natural. in a funny way, I'm gonna use the word natural. And what I mean by natural is this is how I default learn. So I like grade readers. I like grade readers and vloggers in the sense that I don't have to spend energy engaging myself, right? So one of the challenges of Duolingo is to remain engaged in Duolingo because it has a really high comprehension or comprehensibility. At least for Japanese, it has a really high comprehensibility. So when I go to read grade readers and vloggers, a lot more of my energy is devoted to guessing, like using deductive reasoning. So I like that quite a bit. Like, I don't know what this word means, but it clearly has something to do with X, Y, and Z. Because when you're doing grade readers, you're reading comprehensively, but you're not reading for accuracy. And what I mean by that is you're not reading for totality of knowledge. So there's going to be naturally things you don't know and things you do know. And most of the things you do know, however, the most interesting things are all the things you don't know. And I like that. That's my natural place. When you're using Duolingo, you know everything. So most of the time I spend thinking about the things I may not know. I think about things that are not clear to me most of the time. And that's like talking about grammar, if situations, if I can do this and that, or imagine myself in a situation where I would use these words, right? Use these words. You found that having to guess for even one or two words in a sentence really mess up the entire sentence's comprehension. I see. Is that like a general comment, or is that something you feel is unique to language learning. Let me explain. Hebrew has something called MAKU, that is basically the dots that sign to you the vowel sounds the letters has. So when you start learning the Hebrew, they don't help you as in Japanese. That's fine. It's different. That's all I can tell you. Like, that still doesn't scream to me how it's terrible. That you have the option to see the romanization of Niku is absolutely necessary, so you just have to guess the sound without knowing about the Niku, which is dumb because they don't teach it anything about it. The explanations are not efficient, just doesn't exist. Okay. So you want that. That's fair. You want that. I don't know if that's horrible or not. Some people literally raw dog the memorization. So you want something to alleviate how much effort you need, in my opinion, to remembering them. You don't understand how bad it is. Even native Israelis are saying that it's not practical. All right, then don't use it, Fanny. But I actually do not see a pragmatic reason for other than you want more explanations. Imagine you starting Mandarin without tones. Basically it. I would start Mandarin without tones. 90% word comprehension but 0% meaning comprehension. I see. I think it's unique to Japanese. Just wondering if you experience the same things. Oh, okay. You think it's unique that if you miss one word, you can no longer comprehend the meaning? That's an interesting thought. Is it unique to Japanese? I don't feel the same way when it comes to comprehension, but I think you're meaning on a sentence to sentence basis. Like, for example, and remember that you won't learn how to read Mandarin without tones. I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. If you're suggesting that people don't learn things without structure, how do kids learn? That's just not true. That's literally fundamentally not true. Like, not even trying to make an argument for adults. Like, if you're talking about adults only, that's perfectly fine. But what you just said was absolutely not true. Like, it is literally not true. Because you can always attach a memory of a sound to a representation of it. That is like, I don't even know how to process that. The idea that what you just said, that you can't learn something without tones. You hear a tone and you ascribe to it symbolism. It sucks, I can tell you that. You know how to write, not how you know how to write, not how does it sound. I can't write Mandarin. I know how it sounds, though. You can write things without knowing how it sounds. If you have a sound and you attach it to writing, but imagine I was a beginner. We were all beginners at some point. It's like saying you can't start. If you can't start, how did you acquire your first language? Exactly. And they did. Like, I literally did it on day 2. But hey, you can convince yourself, in my opinion, but what you say is not real, in my opinion. Like, of all the things I could agree with you, it's hard to guess sounds. Sure. It's hard to guess sounds by like, oh, hey, you click on something, this is how it sounds. All right, I'll remember that next time. Right? I'll remember that next time. Now you do less guessing. And then I'll remember that next time. You do even more less guessing. But you can hear the sound. Hebrew Duolingo doesn't even have sound in this sentence. Then you ascribe something else to it. So if it doesn't have sound, right? If it doesn't have sound, go ascribe something to it. Technically, here's an example. I'm a Japanese beginner, right? I'm a beginner in Japanese because I already did this. And then there's like some, I don't know, some word like sushi, right? Sushi. Technically, even if I don't know what it's supposed to sound like, I'm going to say, okay, I don't know. I have my first language. This is, okay, sushi, right? In English. In English. That's not the sound that sushi is. That's not the sound. According to a Japanese person, this is terrible because it's not the right sound for this representation. Or they can throw like this at me before I even knew what this is. They can throw this at me. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna call it TL. I'm gonna call it TL from now on. What does TL mean? I don't know. If they say, if they written it, no sound, right? No sound. If they written it and say no sound, oh, this equals a picture of a fish. All right, well, officially, I'm going to be calling TL as a fish. All right, from now on, I'm going to pronounce this sound, whatever this is, as TL. And whenever I think of TL, I'm going to think of a fish. I mean, it's not the same meaning. It's not going to capture the same meaning. But the question you're saying is, it's terrible to learn Hebrew accurately. Like, I understand that. Yes. Yes, it's terrible to learn Hebrew accurately. I got that. I totally get that. You said, how could someone learn without those things? That's not true. That is not true. So I totally understand the frustration that you're having about like learning Hebrew without and stuff. And yeah, it's you don't have to be a native speaker to really know that. That's fine. But don't make to me, I can't resonate with absolute statements like you can't learn because you have no prior knowledge. That is absurd. No prior knowledge means you can't possibly learn. So how do you learn in the first place? How do you learn in the first place? It's like saying the world doesn't have a beginning, so therefore you can't exist. Yet you do exist. Well, you learned something without any prior knowledge. And you might even learn it inaccurately, quote unquote, inaccurately. Like, people can spend their entire lives learning a word inaccurately. Or saying a word incorrectly the whole time with no semblance of meaning and stuff. You form associations in a void regardless, in my opinion. So, sorry that Hebrew sucked. And then you've convinced yourself it sucked too. And then all the other natural speakers think it sucks. Fair enough. I won't touch Hebrew. There you go. I won't touch Hebrew. trying to strip me of everything that I have doesn't prove a point. Like, Mandarin has sort of a romanticization. It actually makes it a little bit difficult. But immediately learning how the markers worked, which doesn't exist in English. This is a X letter without whatever Nikud is, okay? It can sound like E-U-A-E-O. Guess it. As a beginner, I'll start with E. That's it. I'll start with E. Okay, from now on, E, whatever this is ascribed to this. You've learned in association. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying like it's a good way to learn or it's a bad way to learn. This is true. Is it accurate? It's probably not. So I go out, right? And then you're saying like, so how do you learn? It's not practical. Fine, that's exceptional. It's not practical as Mandarin, Duolingo, and Japanese. That's true. I agree. That's what you're saying. That's true. That's fair. I think it's probably not as practical as Japanese, Mandarin Duolingo, and Japanese Duolingo. That's fair. And just so you know, Mandarin Duolingo is different from Japanese Duolingo. So just as your comment, your constant generalization of picking something better and worse, because you're doing this like weird apples and oranges comparison, these two are very different too. So, and I'm still saying it's different since it's absent. I mean, they help you with all you need to know. Yes. Yes. Kind of. So if your world is this is all you need to know as a beginner, right? As a beginner, do you actually know this is all you need to know? Now, this is where I trust the other people, like the people that you said are native speakers, right? They probably like know a bigger, their perspective is probably bigger, right? So that's fair enough. To help you as a A1, yeah, I understand. All right, awesome. You proved your point. I have no problems about agreeing with you about the things you need, right? To learn Hebrew, right? But you don't require them to learn. Like that's a whole different story. I think that's a really reductive way of saying you can't take something that Duolingo has and add to it. And then you can't take something that Duolingo does and test it. Right? If you're solely reliant on one source of information, then I totally understand. That's understandable. If your whole universe is Duolingo, then yeah, Duolingo has to provide all you need to know. All you need to know. Absolutely. If Duolingo is your universe, yeah. Obviously, I don't think that, and I hope you don't think that as well. Duolingo doesn't teach me everything in C. Like no way it teaches me everything in Japanese and Chinese that I need to know. It's not even close. So that phrasing it helps you with all you need to know. It doesn't. It really doesn't. That's Duolingo. One of Duolingo's weaknesses is actually most of the time it doesn't do this. You're talking about it teaches you how to get the right answers. Or the answers they want. And Hebrew is not doing that. And I totally agree. Based on your description, Hebrew is not doing that. It's not helping you get the right answers that it wants, right? So you're not like, you're constantly guessing, checking. It's not teaching you how to get the right answers. I can understand that. And if it like takes hearts away from you and slow you down, yeah, it's basically, practically, impractical. So like, for example, I can imagine they'll show you an icon and you probably have 4 answers or 5 answers, right? Yeah, I understand. Because of hearts. I totally get that. Because what happens is you're gonna have to spend on average, right, of hearts to finally get to the right answer. I totally get that. So the system for Duolingo kind of sucks for that. But rest assured, the thing I'm illustrating here is if the worst scenario I can think of is where Duolingo doesn't provide any answers. Like this stuff, it's non-existent. Like this stuff is non-existent. If it's non-existent, then you can almost never get the right answer. However, so many video games that are incredibly hard kind of relies on the thing you just described. Here's a boss. You have no context whatsoever. Maybe you can bring in some rules, right, from other things like, hey, a sword is used for slashing or something, right? Or maybe a non-gamer, right? So how does a non-gamer understand the concept of HP? Trial and error. So it's not practical for language learning. I understand. Trial and error. However, a lot of humans learn this way a lot of times. It's not to excuse Duolingo though. I don't excuse Duolingo. I think that sounds horrible because of the heart system. And then the heart system then is going to force you to practice. It's going to force you to practice. And practice will lead to more guessing, which ultimately will still work. But it would be more easier if they had a system like Mandarin tones that you can see in the romanization. Is there? I don't know, right? Mandarin exists because there's a system of pinging. But even I didn't know pinging can be applied to Fujianese. So there are language learning where you don't use romanization or any form of surrogate sound system. You pick it up through trial and error. That's horrible, by the way. It's a horrible way. It's kind of like going to a country and immersing with no point of reference. This is my criticism for total immersion. You just described total immersion with low comprehensibility. Most of us as kids learn this way though, because we have no point of reference. But at one point, most of us learn by total immersion. However, as adults, yeah, I totally agree with you. It sucks. We need points of references, like whatever your common tongue is. In this case, English, because of romanization, right? But yeah, learning Hebrew, learning Hebrew unaided, that sounds like kind of sucks. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Learn Hebrew somewhere else. If I am going, maybe I'll learn Hebrew. I don't know. Say what you're describing is what they're doing. I would probably deliberately, so if my first prompt is this, say they give you four choices. Like a video game, I'm gonna, instead of thinking about it at all, I'm gonna pick one. It's wrong. I'm gonna pick two. It's wrong. I'm gonna pick three. It's wrong. I lost 3 hearts. Now I have 2 hearts left, right? And then I pick this. I'll remember it and associate it. Okay, I only have 2 hearts. Let's go to practice. That doesn't consume any hearts, by the way, when you practice. So they're gonna give me whatever prompts like this. So let's say whatever the symbol is. I don't know what the symbols are in. And then they're going to present me with more things. I'm going to literally just click my way through, find the right answer, associate it. And then I'll get 3 hearts now because I got 1 heart set. Because if you go through all the prompts, you're going to gather, mix and match through trial and error, through however many you can farm. So say they still do the like 10 elements. Usually in the beginning, like in Mandarin, they introduce 10 elements. I'll try to farm by literally bootstrapping as fast as I can, and then find those 10, write them down or memorize them in my head, and then proceed to do this bootstrapping until I've found all the right matches. And then I move on like that. If the big if is if I am only using Duolingo. So you have no other system to rely on other than your logic. So your logic dictates I find the fastest way to basically guess my way through everything as fast as I can, because I don't have anything to deduce anything. Like there's no way to better deduce. So you limit the amount of time you're deducing. And then eventually, after you form a basis of something, right? Maybe you get through section unit. I don't know how many units. Maybe you get through 3 units. Then I look at all my patterns and I look at all my associations. So they're raw associations, like X equals some random icon, Y equals some random icon. Can I see a pattern? It could be no. So I continue to bootstrap. Other than that, that's how video games work. Right? When you get thrown into a puzzle game, the designer could give you 0 clues. They could choose to give you 0 clues. Oftentimes the puzzle doesn't even tell you what the possible answers are. Right? They give you rules, but don't show you the answers. In Duolingo, they give you the beginning, whatever X is, and then they give you the possible answers. So naturally, the most pragmatic way of approaching this is just to guess until you find the right answer and then write it down and move along, right? Then you build up a whole bank of answers to the correlation, and then you bootstrap that to form your foundations. Is that going to help you learn Hebrew later on? Like, does Hebrew have a system where you like combine things and there's an obvious pattern? I have no idea because I don't learn Hebrew. But my first mechanical understanding of how to break down the game is you don't get penalized because you can always get more hearts. And the practice of heart farming also gives you more chances at guessing. So my most optimized way of approaching this is to guess incredibly rapidly to get all the right answers while heart farming as well, and then proceed to complete the course that way. If I need to beat Duolingo with no form of reference or audio and just rely solely on pattern recognition and writing, that would be my approach. However, you don't have to do that. So it's kind of nice. It's terrible because you know there's something outside of Duolingo. It's also terrible because you know there's other Duolingo things that doesn't do what this Duolingo thing does. So you can compare it to other things that operate on different rules. That makes it a lot easier to criticize something for what it is versus criticizing on what you wish it is. So that's kind of what I'm illustrating here, in my opinion. It doesn't mean you can't learn from it, or no one can learn from it. It's often you see a bigger picture, right? There are other things that are unlike this, and therefore you prefer to learn it that way. Sometimes my biggest example is this here. I spend so much time compared to someone who just memorizes by picking the same patterns. So they understand nothing. They can choose to understand nothing, but still get the right answer. So if you're telling me that you need to know and hear and stuff, the answer is no. You can learn and do things without knowing anything through trial and error. It is possible. It's not ideal though. I absolutely agree. It's not ideal. That's kind of defeats some of the purpose of having a language that connects people and communicate with people. Can you beat Duolingo and learn something from it without any audio and any type of writing? Yeah. Can you build Hebrew associations where there isn't any? Well, there isn't any sound, so it's not going to help you there. It's obvious that it has no sound. Can you learn to write in Hebrew by trial and error? You absolutely can. Not ideal, though. Very not ideal. Understandable. Right. That's kind of one of the things that Duolingo struggles with. If the purpose is teaching the language, the minimal they can do is make it easier, as they said to us to learn. Yeah, I agree. Or make it easier. Yeah, make it easier. The funny thing is, you're picking Japanese. Sometimes, like your Japanese is a point of reference. I think they do too much in Japanese. Like, my personal take, they tell you too much. Or they hold your hand way too much. They tell and hold your hand way, easier, They definitely try to make it easier. I agree with you. I think Hebrew sounds terrible right now because they haven't made it easier. In my opinion. More aids for sure. However, Japanese, I think they're doing too much. It's too much, it's too simple, right? It's too simple, it's not complex enough. That kind of thing. Where like, there needs to be sentences where you're trying to figure things out. However, Granola makes an interesting point. Granola finds that if you need to do some guesswork, and it might be unique to Japanese, I haven't experienced this yet, but for like maybe complex topics, like if you need to guess 1 or 2 words, the comprehension kind of falls apart. So maybe that's unique to Japanese, where Duolingo feels like it must be compelled to maintain a high comprehension, right? Comprehension for most people. I actually don't know that. For me, when I feel like I don't understand anything anymore, it's like 70%. The moment I drop 70% below, it feels like all the paragraphs are mushy. Like I can no longer put together an explainer or a guess. Would you like it to be complicated? Here's the thing. Is this gonna sound weird? This is gonna sound like a cop-out. I'm sorry if this is gonna be a cop-out. I don't want many things. Like, I don't want anything or like it to be anything. I typically work and solve things. So in a way, yes. In a way that if it's complicated, it challenges me to try harder. It challenges me to try harder. And oftentimes, you know, when I'm trying harder, I apply myself more. So for example, I know you said that Hebrew is terrible, but some part of me thinks of it as a challenge to try to optimize a learning method for language by trial and error. The downside is I don't have time for it, right? Some things that are easy is time efficient, and things that are hard are often time inefficient. So do I want Japanese to be more inefficient? Yeah, sure. Because if Japanese is more complicated, then I'm gonna stop yapping more. Honestly though, I wouldn't trade up yapping. So all this discussion and stuff, because Japanese handholds you in Duolingo is why we're having this conversation. Like, I like talking about Hebrew and other courses and whatnot, is because no matter how distracted I am, I already know the right answer to this. I can't possibly, you know, like if I listen to this enough, I get the right answer, right? So I'm not expending a lot of energy paying attention to any of this. So to me, I'm not working very hard. And I think that's one of the downfalls of Duolingo Japanese. At some point, people stop working. They just don't do anything. Like, you're just getting streaks. You can get answers without even looking at it. You can get answers without ever listening to it. You can get answers without, like, there's so many ways to get the right answer. And it's funny because now you finally landed on the other extreme, where they literally only give you the right answers. The potential right answer and all wrong answers. Like, every other answer is wrong basically. So it's it would be kind of fun to build up the logic. It reminds me of a puzzle game basically. A puzzle game has often a few solutions, if not just one, right? And you're thrown into the world with zero knowledge. You have no idea. In fact, a lot of times puzzle games attack your existing knowledge. So they would try to design rules that are counterintuitive to even punish you for relying on outside knowledge. Like, for example, what goes up must come down, but they can remove those rules and then make you find out that that's not the rule anymore, right? So lots of puzzle games, although they're not lifelong like language things that you want, right? These skills are encapsulated in the puzzle game. So it kind of reminds me of a puzzle game, which kind of defeats the purpose of learning, like defeat the intent of learning Hebrew. But it's kind of interesting all at the same time. The answer is probably, I lean towards yes. I'm gonna say 60% yes and 40% no in terms of the list to make Japanese more complicated. And what I mean by that is at some point, like for example, say like section 1 gives you audio, they won't give you any text. Your whole goal is to get used to hearing Japanese without any text, right? And then another section would be you get rid of all audio. You get rid of all audio, right? You get rid of all audio, and now you are tasked to connecting what you think you heard to the representations, and then you go back and forth until you literally make the connection between the sound and what the writing is. Obviously Hebrew doesn't have this, so I agree that that's awful because one branch of it is missing. So there are many ways to make Japanese more complicated without changing anything that they have. It makes it more complicated because it forces the person to bridge the gap instead of providing it. It's like this is what kono is, right? And then they provide with you, this is what kono is. But a lot of people actually say, oh, I don't need romaji. Heck with the romaji, I'm just gonna go in raw. Actually, some people go straight to kanji. Does that help or not? I don't know. There's gonna be gaps, right? Gaps. And I like being comprehensive. I do like comprehensive. I just finished studying Japanese and taking notes for 5 hours. I'm happy to see you live. Oh, hey. Hello there, Neo. 5 hours? Dang. Like 5 hours taking notes. That's crazy. Is there anything interesting that you can share with me, Neo? We were talking about some very interesting thing about Hebrew. So how else are you gonna learn Hebrew, Fanny? What are you gonna do now for learning Hebrew? I think a reasonable strategy for me is I basically leave Duolingo, right, and use it as review only. So I probably go and learn Hebrew somewhere else, and then see if I can guess or use Hebrew as the raw input. So Duolingo, the purpose of Duolingo now is for total recall. It's for total recall only. You'll keep up with a section to learn Hebrew letters. Oh, that's interesting. If you know what I mean. So I would probably take like Hebrew elsewhere that have sound and stuff. And then the Souls game is Duolingo because it has nothing. It doesn't provide anything, right? So now it's the perfect tool to total recall. As in, if Duolingo doesn't provide you with anything, like minimally anything, then preparing yourself outside and then coming in and say like, oh yeah, now I know all these things. It's like, all right, Duolingo strips of everything but the potential right answer, right? So you can continue to use Duolingo, but now you're not working against it. You're working with it. So every time you see something that's like question mark, have no idea, you go outside and learn about it, which would be pretty cool. I think that would be a way to make Duolingo work. If we're expanding and including all the different tools you can use, right? I basically learned to count from 100 to 10,000 and how to ask for items or food close and far away from you. Oh, okay. 100 to 10,000. Okay. I see. May I ask why you want to count from 100 to 10,000? I imagine you skipped something. You probably had like generalized patterns that you can reuse, and then you didn't literally count them, right? They went to hyaku, hyaku to man, right? Hyaku, sen, hyaku, sen, man, and then you learn the different permutations. It was in Bushu. I see. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot you are using Bushu. Yeah, 2 weeks, right? Interesting. So they taught you like probably hyaku, and then okay, it follows these patterns, and then imagine all the other hyakus, right? Like for example, actually I don't even know how to say 100 other than hyaku. Do they have a 100? Actually, can you teach me 100? Like what I mean is there a 100? No, what I mean, oh yeah. Can you teach me if there's a 100? Or do they just stick with hyaku? I'm gonna use the romaji here. I don't actually know. I was gonna write the kanji. Is this 100? Oh, it's just hyaku? Okay. Then fair enough. Then I'll stick with just hyaku. I was kind of thinking maybe there's like a use case where you have to put in one, like ichi, a variant, euphonics of ichi, right? Of ichi somewhere. Wait. I have a question then. In Bushu, do they teach you this as hyaku? Or do they teach you this as ichi hyaku? Yeah, ichiman works. Yeah. I'm specifically talking about hyaku here. So ichiman works. But do they teach you this notation at all? Or no, they just skip the one, like they drop the ichi. I have been curious about this for a while, actually, because Duo, oh, they teach that too. So, what is the how do you read this? How do you read this? So what's the hirakana? What is the hirakana for this? I actually don't know this. To this day, I actually don't know this. I have no idea how you read this, if this exists. So far in Duolingo, even over 100 days, I've never seen this reading or this writing here, and I don't even know how you would go about pronouncing this. It's an interesting question. So I'll let you, I'm curious.
必ずまたこの部屋を予約します。
Why did that sound so fast?
この必ず必ずまたこの部屋を予約します。必ずまたこの部屋を予約します。 またこの部屋にを
wait.
必ずまたこの部屋を予約しますに予約します
Okay. Wow. So Bushu goes pretty hard on numbers. They didn't show it for you with in front, so I'm not sure either. Yeah, me either. Me too. Me too. I'm very curious. That's the first thought that I had. When you described counting 100 to 10,000. So far in Duolingo, the way they use numbers, they teach you like common counters, and then through the common counters, they start counting. They count the stuff. So for example, when you learn floors, the counter for floors, you start with 1 through 4. That's how they introduce things. And then when you're trying to get from 1 to 12, you learn months. And then when you go from when you're going into the hundreds, they show yen or en. And then when they go into 10,000s, they do yen as well, but then they contextualize it into objects that cost that much or may cost that much. So most of the time, it's on and off for Duolingo. It goes like in random places. So when you're using numbers, you get you're kind of encouraged to remember those specific stuff, but not in a sense of what the numbers themselves are. So like when you do things, right, for example, for numbers, they're different. When you do months, they're also different. When you do yen, yeah, yen is pretty fine. And then floors, it's a little different. So that's kind of how Duolingo does it. So it's kind of like wishy-washy in the sense that you have to try hard to remember them, but at the same time, there are things like hyaku. I don't know if you put ichi in front of a hyaku.
必ずまたこの部屋を予約します
Alright. Thanks for the share, Neo. Was it good? How was your session overall? 5 hours is a lot. Do you usually study for 5 hours? Pretty much the same exact thing for Bushu. However, months haven't come up yet. Okay. Fair enough. Do you usually study for 5 hours? I'm kind of curious. How well are you pacing yourself? It's a long journey. Okay. So yoyakushimasu is reserved. So I reserved this room. I reserved this room again. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, right. Kanarazu. For sure. Mata.
またその旅館に行きたいですか
No, usually 1 to 2 hours, but you're off work today, so I figure I'll go on to hockey. I'll go until hockey came up. Oh, so it was 5 hours to the hockey. Oh, you're a hockey watcher. I don't hear that very often. Ice hockey, right? I can't take it for granted that when people say hockey, I'm not sure if they're referring to ice hockey. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Nice. What is the most interesting thing you learned today? Like, what I mean is, it left you with a bit of sentimentalism. Like, two or three things. It can be anything. Like, what are the things you're like, yeah, this is my jam at the moment. Mata sono ryokan ni ikitai desu ka? Where do you want to go? Oh, wait. Actually, do you want to go to this traditional inn, to that traditional inn again? Okay. Hi. 来年も必ず行きたいです。I want to go for sure. I want to go for sure next month also. Or two. Next year also. Or next year too. Fair enough. Yes, I for sure want to go next year too. Fair enough.
はい、スタッフは素敵でした。
Stock food. Staff. Okay, staff. Okay. はい、スタッフは素敵でした。でした。はい、スタッフは素敵でした。Yes, the staff were lovely. Oh, interesting. So, steaky is used to describe people. I think that might be the first time that has happened. It might have happened one or two other times.
スタッフ
Or something that elicits a human. Yeah, the staff were lovely. Okay. Oh, right. Coupon. No, coupon. Wait. Yeah, coupon. Yeah, coupon. Coupon.
クーポン
Coupon. Kinoko.
キノコ
Kinoko. Man. I'm getting it mixed up with Kino. Kinoko. Okay. Kinoko. Like the pitch accent. I learned how to. Something is a bit too expensive. Also learn the kanji for numbers 1 through 10 and how to use sono, ano, and kono. Wow. It really does. Bushu and Duolingo really do be using the same steps. Yeah, so something like shikoshi takai. Right? Shikoshi takai. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then this, that, and that over there. Fair enough. Nice. That's a lot for one day. That's a lot. Very nice. Well done. Well done. Excellent. Pace yourself. Pace yourself.
パートナ
Partner. Hey, what was this? Oh, right. Oh, Okyak-san. Okyak-san.
ーお客さん
Okyak-san. I started too high. Okyak-san.
森
Mori. Staff wa shinsetsu. Shinsetsu na hito deshita. Yeah, your study sessions for tomorrow will probably only be an hour. I did so much writing today, but you feel good? Excellent. How long have I been going today? It says 5.5 hours, but I kind of spent like 3 hours chatting with people. That's usually how these things go. So maybe 2 hours. usually these sessions will take 3.5 hours to get through new vocabulary introduction, so 11 lessons, and then I switch. But I was talking to a lot of people about stuff, so I'm sidetracked. I still have to switch over to Mandarin soon. So I think we're only gonna do 5 lessons today. It's gonna be really tough for me to remember the stuff, but we'll make it work.
川
Kawa,
パートナー
partner. I keep trying to say pardo. Partner. Do I take notes to remember? No, Duolingo help. Duolingo removes the need to remember. Duolingo keeps track of that stuff, so it's not too bad. You don't have to take notes, so you try harder. Hello there. That's how. Hello. What's going on? We're trying to complete our introduction to Unit 16, or is it 17 now? I think it's 17. Taburetto. Oh no, is this low or high? Oyaksan. Okyakusan.
お客さん
Okyakusan.
オフィス旅館のスタッフは親切でした。旅館の
Shinsetsu.
親切
No.
親切スタッフ
Staff
は
は
親切
Shinsetsu
でした
でした？
旅館のスタッフは親切でした。
Okay. 旅館のスタッフは親切でした。Okay. Do you guys want a watashi? No, you don't. Fair enough. Alright. 後で
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 パートナー
パートナーとレビューを書きます。
レビュー
レビューを書きます。I'll write a nice review. Okay. レビュー、いい
レビュー
レビューを
書きます。
Alright, so I can choose to stop here, but I also want the kanji. So wait, actually, I don't think I hit the kanji. Oh, I did. I did hit the kanji. It's iriguchi. Iriguchi is the kanji. We're fine. We're fine here. I got sidetracked so hard today. Alright. So, let's kind of review what we had today. So, Okyakusan. Yeah, Okyakusan. Okyakusan review. Coupon. Kisetsu no. Kinoko. Yeah, kinoko. Kinoko Sashimi. Mori, Mura, sorry, Juichigatsu, and Mizumi. Okay, Mizomi. Sorry, Mizomi. Yeah, Mizomi. What else are we missing? Did we get new predicate? We do have a new predicate. I'll have to review that on my own. The reason why is we're out of time. We're out of time for Japanese. And this is a fairly reasonable stopping point for Japanese. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit longer for Japanese. Alright, so that's a wrap for today. Hopefully I remember. I think I can recall 12 or 13 things. We'll try tomorrow. Alright, so this is the end of the Japanese learning section of the stream. Thank you. Hopefully some of the discussions we had were a little bit engaging. I think it's very interesting. I had the opportunity of meeting another multicultural person who actually ended up retaining fluency in their two mother tongues, and as well acquired fluency in a new common language, which is fantastic. And we talked about kind of the coexistence of monocultural mindset and multicultural mindset. I kind of talked about it quite a bit. And then obviously Fanny and I had an opportunity to talk about trial and error and how terrible it feels to learn a language by trial and error. To me, that is kind of my little deep cut. That's kind of my little deep cut into how total immersion could feel. And personally, there's a time for total immersion, and then there's a time for comprehensible input. And I don't stray from either, really. Like Granola made a point about how it feels like you're not getting any comprehension when you start dropping meaning comprehension once you drop below a threshold, and I can kind of feel that. So what I mean by that is when you're immersing in something, when you're doing total immersion with low comprehensibility, oftentimes the guesswork is dealing with discovering the pieces first. So the entire meaning comprehension may fall apart, but you can ascertain bits and pieces, and you're more collecting pieces than you are trying to assemble the piece. So when I'm engaged in total immersion, where I have like near zero comprehension, maybe like less than my threshold, which is 80%, 70% at the very lowest end, so I don't understand 30% of stuff, the meaning comprehension might slip away. But what I then strive for is to find pockets of comprehension. So all right, okay, that sentence, it's gone, it's forever. Let's see if we can get another sentence here. So you got like the second sentence, right? Then goes on in like 3 other sentences, like I have no idea, but at least I know this sentence, and then this sentence. So what happens over time is when you're doing total immersion, which is kind of like how Hebrew is, in my opinion, to a very weird circumstance, you're capturing as many right answers in the sea of wrong answer or confusion and whatnot. So you end up relying a lot on mechanical understanding. And it's even less than that based on how the Hebrew section is described. However, they still provide you with the right answer. In terms of like total immersion, you don't get the right answers. You also don't even get feedback for having the right answers in total immersion, unless you get an ideal case where someone actually offers you feedback and helps you. Then that's not total, in my opinion. That doesn't qualify as the thing that I'm talking about when it comes to total immersion. Because when someone is offering you advice and giving you feedback, that is something that Duolingo and other things are doing. They're increasing, even if you have zero comprehension, comprehension goes up when you have a source of feedback. And I do get that when people say total immersion, they're not talking about the quality of the immersion. As in, you have a friend that is saying, oh yeah, that's weird. Even though you're taking a blind guess, right? You have no knowledge of this world. You have no knowledge of etiquette. You uplift and uproot yourself into a culture that you have zero things, and you can still learn from that. That's kind of the whole idea of total immersion, right? However, every action you have is literally forced for survival. So Hebrew in Duolingo, you don't have to force for survival because native speakers and there are other sources outside of Duolingo. Duolingo Japanese and Chinese offer something that's different from Hebrew. And Hebrew offers zero. Like, it doesn't help you with anything. So how do you survive? You survive by trial and error. There's going to be a lot of sweat. There's going to be a lot of trial and error, right? It's no stranger to someone who moves to a foreign country because they have to, and they have to start all over again. There are lots of examples. However, video games, I would definitely go back to puzzle video games for that type of logic in approach. You bootstrap. How has the Chinese been going so far? I know it's only been 3 days. It's been going pretty well. I have a background in feeling Chinese, so it's been really good. So we're about to go over there. I wanted to leave like a small message of all the discussions we had today in Japanese because Fixer. Agreed. When I listen to Japanese, I feel like I'm spending most of my time listening for words or phrases that I know while trying to context, although I don't know 98% of what's being said. Yeah. And it can be a very uncomfortable feeling, right? It can be a very uncomfortable feeling. So naturally, yeah, I can kind of resonate with when you are so used to comprehensibility that if you drop something, all comprehension is lost. But generally speaking, from a learning perspective, I grab onto whatever meaning I can all the time. I'm way out of my depth most of the time. Like when I was talking to Fanny about the Hebrew section, I'm way out of my depth because I have no experience in Hebrew. I have no background in Hebrew, nor do I know anything about Hebrew Duolingo. However, I can still grasp and talk about specific topics that I am able to talk about, which is the fundamentals of learning, right? And what is required for learning. There's a time when humans did not have structured language or writing, so that's kind of a thing, right? Anyways, I'm gonna take a break. I like to get up and walk around before sort of kind of reset a little bit before I switch over to Chinese. So thank you again for all the people who are interested in Japanese. I will continue this and catch up because we did fall 5 lessons behind. That's okay. That is not the point of me streaming Japanese, right? The point is to enter discussions, challenge ourselves. Duolingo does a lot for us. The Japanese not going anywhere, right? So with that, mata ne to all of the Japanese learners out there. Good luck, Godspeed, and I'll be right back. I'll take a quick break. I'm gonna walk around and stretch a little bit before we switch over to Chinese mindset. I'll be right back.